Welcome everyone to Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022, and we are live from the live studio. My name is Jordan Kostrinsky, and I'll be hosting the live studio with you guys today. It promises to be a day full of cyber tech, cyber defense, cyber whatever you want. We have so much content, so many good guests ready for you so that you can understand more about what the world of cyber tech looks like in 2022 and what it's going to look like in 2023. We have some of the leading figures in the industry, in the Israeli ecosystem, and internationally speaking with us from the live studio, as we also will go and visit them at booths and as we walk around the conference in general. And it really promises to be a day full of excitement. One of our main topics this year is going to be the issue of cloud security. As more and more companies and industry leaders are moving towards the cloud, adopting cloud integrations into their normal business procedures, what do you do? What do you do with security? How do you protect it? How do you protect your workers? How do you protect the various people that you guys are working with, suppliers, vendors, whatever it might be? And we are going to dive heavily into that whole sphere of influence. We have some of the leading figures in the industry coming to you live from the live studio a little later today. What we want to know from you guys too at home is if there's anything that specifically interests you, any content that you would like to know, any topics that you would like to know, please write us in the comments. We are here. We want to know what you guys want, and we want to know how we can get you the content you need to make better understanding of this whole cyber tech and cybersecurity ecosystem. One of the most interesting things here too is that we're in a very topical time, as you could probably imagine, based on all the things that are going on in the world. We've had a lot of instances of hacks happening lately. We've had a lot of instances of private security being breached. We've had hard drives being wiped. As we also know, there's a bunch of military and other types of cybersecurity issues going on right now. And we are very excited to try to bring this to you and try to shed light on the various aspects of the ecosystem that are basically out there trying to make cybersecurity much more advanced and being able to respond to these types of threats. It's a very important type of event that we're having here today to talk about this. And one of our first guests that's going to actually be coming from the live studio is Yandex. Yandex, many people might refer to as the Russian Google. It is quite the large company, has a huge presence in the cybersecurity space and in cyber tech in general. They had a great panel yesterday as well describing how they also go about security and how it can be understood from their side when it comes to also dealing with national cybersecurity type of developments. So we're going to have them first. They're coming up at 9:30, and we're going to have a very interesting talk with them. You guys will be able to see more about that panel later. And also soon we are going to have a live opening from President Yitzhak Herzog, who is going to open today's conference, even though it did start a little bit yesterday, but we won't get into that. And he will open today's conference, and we will hear from him exactly also how Israel is dealing with cybersecurity and cyber tech today, how the government is aiming to promote that as a national initiative and also promote it as an international collaboration initiative. Lest we forget, Israel is a leading startup power, is a leading cyber tech power, and has been for close to around 2 decades now, if not longer. And we are very excited to hear what exactly the government is doing to help promote international collaboration in the cyber tech field and in the cyber ecosystem in general. It promises to be a very interesting talk. Likewise, we are scheduled for even the Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, to come and speak tomorrow at the event. He's going to also talk, I believe, more on the subject of how Israel is going and promoting cyber tech and cyber initiatives and cyber entrepreneurs to kind of grow these new solutions and these next age and new modern era solutions towards cyber tech and cybersecurity. And it promises to be a very, very interesting talk. Again, I want to remind you, if you're just tuning in right now, we are live from the live studio at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022, and it's very exciting for us because at the end of the day, this is one of the first in-person events we're having since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, and it's exciting that we can see so many people here at the event already. It's only a little before 9 in the morning Israel time, and there are so many people just milling about, looking at different booths, already beginning the networking that happens here at this amazing event for people in the cybersecurity sector. People are talking, people are learning, people are collaborating, and what's even more exciting here is beyond the established companies that are here, such as maybe what you can see behind us in terms of CyberArk or Palo Alto Ventures or other types of what we might consider leading companies in the field. We also have a whole startup pavilion that Cybertech has dedicated today to startups in cybersecurity and cyber defense that are here to show their solutions to the world and show what is going on in their neck of the woods. We have people who are here representing ventures in the crypto space, in cybersecurity, proactive cyber defense, cloud security, security for IoT. Everything you could imagine is here, and we are excited to get to know a little bit more about it and meet these people along the way and understand more about how they have developed their technologies and what they are doing. So soon we are going to move towards, as I said earlier, President Herzog's opening address towards Cybertech. We are going to move to the live event. You're going to get to see the intro, and it's going to basically explain a lot about what this event is going to be. At the moment, from the live studio, we are going to be showing basically normal events that are going on here. We're going to have a number of guests come throughout the next 2 days who are going to talk to us about differing things in the cybersecurity space, whether it's cyber defense, whether it's how minorities are represented in tech, whether it's how you can understand better your own security processes, as well as different innovations that different companies are coming up with in the space to answer modern threats that we have previously not seen before, because it is 2022, we're living in a different time, we have different threats to worry about. People are much more exposed these days. People are much more digital these days. And as we all know, the coronavirus pandemic definitely accelerated our adoption of digital technologies and also just moving to the cloud and moving to a digital workforce, which is something that we all have to be aware of. And companies today are trying to find the answers. So we are moving towards the live event now, and we are excited to see you guys later today from the live studio and from our roaming camera as we go around the conference. If you are watching this from home and you are going to be here later in the day, come say hi. We would love to talk to you. If you have anything interesting to speak about, we are here to talk. So thank you so much.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, good morning. Cybertech Tel Aviv 2022 begins now. I'm more than happy to call to the stage the chairman of Cybertech, Dr. Yossi Vardi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to open Cybertech 2022. The last time we had Cybertech Tel Aviv was 2 years ago, and then we had to deal with a virus which is not exactly cyber virus. And before I say a few words about the conference, I would like to commend Amir and Dror and the team, because without their perseverance and stubbornness and dedication, this would happen. Amir, I think, spent half of the time running around the world putting it together, but I'm glad to tell you that how many people registered to the...
We just crossed the 10,500 this morning.
10,500 participants from how many countries?
We crossed the 50th country.
50 countries. I think this is worth a round of applause for the team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a crazy program. You can look at the schedule. We will have to do it very fast. The orchestra has a very important role, and this is after 10 minutes to begin to play to woo away the speakers who are going over time. A round of applause, short one, for the orchestra. That's very good, you know, 9 o'clock in the morning and you are already active. That's terrific. Without further ado, I don't know what does it mean, but it fits into the sentence. I would like to invite Professor Daniel Chamovich, the president of Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, our traditional partner and a real force in the cyber industry in Israel, actually a pioneering force in the cyber industry of Israel. Mr. President, please.
Thanks, Yossi. Thanks, Amir. It's really amazing to see faces after 2 years of biological viruses. It's so refreshing to go back to the viruses that you all deal with. And I hope we can, to reappreciate the importance of these virtual viruses and forget the importance of the biological ones. As president of Ben-Gurion University, we're very proud to have been founding sponsors of this important conference. Our first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, said more than 80 years ago, "If we do not take a stand in the Negev, Tel Aviv will not stand." So while it might have taken a while, today in the field of cybersecurity, Israel is clearly taking a stand in the Negev. When the Israeli government set up the goal for Israel to become one of the top cybersecurity powers in the world, they made the brave move of deliberately putting the National Cyber Directorate in the Negev right next to Ben-Gurion University, literally a stone's throw from some of our laboratories. And 60 years ago, when Ben-Gurion, I like David Ben-Gurion, as you can see. He's our Yoda. When Ben-Gurion said, "I imagine a Hebrew Oxford in the Negev, camels grazed where our campus now flourishes," and who could have imagined then that the greatest cybersecurity firms in the world would be flocking to Beersheba? Indeed, I'm very proud that today, for the first time, our entire cyber park is full to 100% capacity, and companies are lining up to go into the next buildings that are about to be built. So why has this happened? Why have we succeeded? What's our secret? Well, first, the ecosystem. And I know this is a term that can be used a little bit too easily. We like to talk about ecosystems. But I know of very few places where in a radius of 200 meters, you have a major university, Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, with over 100 labs in cybersecurity and computer science. The private sector, Gav-Yam, and all of the companies in our park. The IDF Advanced Computing Unit being built as we speak as part of the park, adjacent to the university. and I'm pretending I'm in Beersheba, just over that hill over there, right now, the base of 8200, the IDF's 8200 unit, is being built. Second reason, talent, 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 and more talent. The site leaders I talk to say they want to be adjacent to the university to catch our students, to catch our soldier students before anyone else can. To catch the best young minds in Israel and their research before someone else in Israel or the world can get to them. So this ecosystem is at the heart of the Beersheba Innovation District. We are creating the same ecosystem as in Cambridge, Austin, Barcelona, and San Francisco, with established industries and startups, academia, urban renewal, social life investment, and more investments. So from all perspectives that we look, Ben-Gurion University is definitely the beating heart of cyber in Israel. 200 high-tech cyber companies, the National Cyber Directorate, 40,000 graduates all working in the field, the Israel Police Cyber Research Unit, Deutsche Telekom Cyber Labs, the Fujitsu Cyber Labs, the ICRDE, the Israel-US Consortium in Cyber Protection of Energy Facilities, and a few others that many of you know about but that I'm not allowed to mention. Academia working hand in hand with the government, hand in hand with industry, hand in hand with the elite units of the Israel Defense Forces. And all of this within coffee distance. If we're going to be honest, the fuel of innovation is coffee. When we get together later today and drinking coffee, that's where the magic occurs. I see you're enjoying your coffee as I mentioned it. And so only in this ecosystem can cyber engineers and computer scientists meet in walking distance, in coffee distance, with policy experts, health practitioners, political scientists, in order to dissect nightmares. And why do I say nightmares? Because as our researchers at Cyber at BGU say, your nightmares are our dreams. The nightmares of cybersecurity, which keep industry and government alike up at night, are our opportunities in academia. Together, we identify and dissect key problems and then innovate solutions. We're probably working on solutions to problems that many of us don't even know exist right now. So we are the beating heart of the cyber in Israel, and our unique perspective from the desert enables us to accomplish the truly remarkable. We do this because Ben-Gurion challenged us to be bold and to be innovative. We do this to protect our families and our country, and we do this to protect the world. We have now taken a stand in the Negev, and I invite you all to be part of this continuing and growing adventure in our desert. Get on the train. It's only 1 hour from here, probably less time than it took most of you to navigate Tel Aviv traffic to get here, and come and see what we're doing. I'm really looking forward to these days here at the Expo. I wish us all a wonderful time together, and thanks very much for being part of this.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to acknowledge our impressive list of sponsors, that without them we cannot run the event. And thank you, sponsors. Your name will be here all the time. And before we go further, I would like to send from this place, I'm sure I'm doing it on behalf of each and every one of you, our hopes to the people of Ukraine that the suffering and the agony and the attrition will end as soon as possible and the country will go back to normal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you a person who understands our industry as much as each and every one of you. And this is the President of the State of Israel that has a deep knowledge and experience in cyber. As a matter of fact, his father was the 6th President of the State of Israel, was the founder of the Israel intelligence forces when the country was established. So, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the State of Israel, Mr. Herzog, in a video congratulations to the conference.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to greet you all from the President's residence in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Amir Rappaport, founder of Cybertech, and my good friend, Dr. Yossi Vardi, chairman of the Cybertech Israel, and the entire Cybertech team, for organizing this important forum and inviting me to take part in it. It is fitting that Israel would play host to an event of this magnitude. The size, scope, and strength of our domestic cyber industry is a source of great national pride. Our government, private sector, and academic institutions have a long history of working in close partnership with one another. Israeli innovators have helped pioneer technologies and strategies that protect the online existence of millions around the world. The importance of securing our data has become even more paramount, and more of our lives have been migrated online these past 2 years. So we must protect their privacy. Protecting the sanctity of this information has rightly become a focus for governments, businesses, and individuals. Just as malicious actors are constantly improving their tactics, it is our responsibility to be agile and innovative with our solutions. This forum is therefore an important platform for sharing best practices and knowledge throughout the global cyber ecosystem. The last Cybertech Global Tel Aviv, before this one, had incredible attendance with participants, speakers, and delegations from all across the world. Just like this year's edition, attendees range from policymakers to Fortune 500 executives to academics and entrepreneurs arriving from a vast array of sectors and geographies. Israel is therefore well positioned to play host to these conversations and to encourage the exchange of ideas between businesses and industries. I wish you an enlightening, enjoyable, and productive experience at Cybertech, and I hope to see as many of you back in Israel, working with Israeli partners on vital technologies that will keep our information safe and secure. And good luck to all of you.
Thank you, President Herzog. Before we go to our next guest, which will be his first appearance on the stage of Cybertech, and we are very grateful, I would like to emphasize that one of the benefits of such a gathering is that you can meet people from the industry that you don't know, so don't be shy. Shake the hand of the person next to you, on your left, on your right, behind you, in front of you. Introduce yourself and go and have a chat and interact. Also, I would like to urge you to look at the program of tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a very interesting program with a lot of emphasis on inclusion and diversity in the industry. And now I would like to invite to the stage one of the Israeli icons in the cyberspace and the industry, the founder of Palo Alto Networks, Mr. Nir Zuk. Nir, the stage is yours.
The inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels. Cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
Welcome everybody to the live studio from Cybertech Global 2022 in Tel Aviv. We are very excited today because we have some major guests with us today from Yandex and from Israel, so it's going to be a nice international collaboration, nice international panel. We have with us Yevgeny from Yandex, then we have with us Yair and Nati, who are going to be the Israeli representatives. We can call you guys if we want to do that today. I would love for you guys to give a little brief introduction about who you guys are and where you guys come from, and then we'll get into the topic of this conversation, which is going to be a very interesting one about the whole idea of code review and how that is redefining the cybersecurity ecosystem and sector. So let's begin with you, Yevgeny. Give us a little bit of a background, who you are, where you come from, and what you're doing with Yandex.
Yeah, right. Well, as you said, my name is Evgeny Sidorov, and I work for Yandex Cloud specifically. I'm CSO of Yandex Cloud, mostly doing security and security services for Yandex Cloud.
And could you give us a little brief understanding of what Yandex Cloud is?
Yandex Cloud, it's full-fledged cloud platform. We provide services like IaaS, PaaS, managed databases, serverless stack, security services, as I mentioned.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. Yair?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, even though we had a brief talk yesterday.
Yeah, also. And yes, I'm doing security for a few decades. Spent 25 years in the Israeli Air Force, did different roles in the industry.
Very cool.
Around application security. My focus in the past 12 years is ramping up application security programs for organization.
Okay.
Did that for 5 years in Checkmarks, ramping up it for large-scale organization.
Very cool.
Code review is a major part of this part. We'll speak about this more during this session. And of course, currently I'm partnering together with Door Technology for this specific project that we have.
Right. So it also sounds like you were kind of one of these types of founders of code review in many ways, like that you kind of had this very unique thought process behind it. Could you just give us a brief understanding of what code review even is? Because I think a lot of people don't know. It sounds simpler than it might be in a certain sense.
As part of the building the code and building the application, you need to introduce security assurance and security controls in the way that you are building up your application. So code review is one of the main part of this process, and it includes a well architect about the solution to verify that you are accumulating the right requirements, regulation, compliance, whatever is needed to build your functional application. The second part is looking that you are building your application with best practices that are supported by different frameworks in the industry.
So truly a review of the actually how you're going about it.
Yeah, like using the industry standards for encryption, for session management, for other parts that you need to put in place while you are building your solution. And later on, you need to do some kind of a verification that it's an ongoing process where you need to do an automated scanning, finding common vulnerabilities like cross-site scripting, SQL injection. Plus, you need to make sure that there is no business logic flaw in your application, and that requires some manual code review with a high skill set.
Which you clearly have.
Tend to have.
Well, or at least they told me, at least before the interview, right?
Yeah.
And Nati, could you give us a little brief introduction on yourself as well?
Good morning, Jordan. My name is Brigadier General retired Nati Cohen. I was the head of the C4I, the J6 of the IDF. Actually, we created the cyber defense branch in the military 10 years ago.
Wow.
And 3 years ago, I retired, and I was the general director of the communication office in the government. I developed all the 5G and the fiber operation in Israel. And now, for the last year, I'm the chairman of Door and Cyber companies. I'm also chairman of IBC. It's the competitive of Bezeq on the fiber project in Israel with Hot and Cellcom.
Bezeq being the internet provider in Israel.
So, but we are the competitive of Bezeq.
Well, good. I think that's important.
Yeah,
right. So it's good that you're here. So welcome everyone. Again to this panel. what I would love to discuss with you guys today is this whole idea of code review and basically how it is this innovative methodology of kind of creating a new level of cybersecurity and a new level of cyber defense. So first and foremost, I want to go to Evgeny here. I want to ask you, why is the Yandex approach so different than other hyperscalers in the world? What are you guys doing differently? What are the methods you guys are using that is different? And kind of explain to us a little bit about it.
All right, so let's frame it a little bit. So it's better to start with the question like what Yandex is doing here in Israel. So we are developing and we are setting up a cloud platform here to be localized. It will be called Cloud IL, and it's a kind of new approach to build cloud platform. So like usually we have like major hyperscalers that have different regions around the world and so on, but we have different organizations that want to move to cloud, and cloud is inevitable, but sometimes there can be kind of roadblocks that some data cannot be moved to cloud because the data should be localized, the data should be governed, and when you're moving things to cloud, you need to ask yourself, who accesses my data and from which country, how access is managed, and so on. And even if there is a local data center, it doesn't guarantee that.
Now, when you also bring up this whole idea of localized center, what do you mean exactly? Because I think a lot of people at home, when they think cloud storage, you don't really think of localization, right? You think it's in the cloud. So what does that mean exactly?
Localization means like a strict data governance policies, and that access to the data is managed locally by local people and under local legislation. So there is no risk that other country or other legislation can order to like get out the data from this local data center. So, and this opens the path to the strictest compliance and security requirement that can be met under this model. And together with Nati and Yair, we developed a model how to make it possible to deploy Yandex Cloud here in Israel and make it localized and trusted and transparent.
Very interesting. I want to bring up also this idea of transparency, right? Because I think that's something that's, one, it's a buzzword today. We all want a transparent, solution. Everyone wants transparency in the government, everything like that, right? But at the end of the day, when you guys say transparency, and I'll take this to you, Yair, what is the code review that makes it so transparent to the end user?
Yeah. So first of all, you need to look on what Yandex already have in place. Yandex is a mature company. They run the business for many years. So they already have in place an application security program in motion. It's not something that we reinvent for them.
Yeah, of course.
So they already have this embedded into internal processes. But coming and doing localization of their technology here in the Israeli cloud means that you need, first of all, to do some adjustment that will apply to the local solution that we have here to meet our regulation, compliance.
So that's when you say that you're kind of like making it work for the local area, it's mainly compliance and regulation issues?
It's regulation adjustments. And then you need to have some kind of a verification process that will be transparent to customers. When customers are doing a business there and putting their trust in the cloud, they want to have like a third-party assurance, and they want to make sure that the attestation of what the company is saying that is doing is actually done, and it's done to their satisfaction. So you have a normal compliance program like SOC 2, which is a kind of an attestation stating these are the controls. We took evidence, we checked you, and you are doing what you are.
And you're doing exactly what you say, and you're doing it well.
Okay. Part of what we are doing here, which I think it's a new angle of the things, because we take the technology of Yandex to implement it here in the local cloud, we become part of their process. So we make sure that they coverage the requirements that we would like to see here. In terms of what is the coverage of the code, what vulnerabilities that we are covering, what is the design that will support our requirements, specific requirement for Israel. And we make sure that whatever they ship to us as a code, we deploy it, and nothing is happening between the moment that it leaves Yandex up to it getting over here, and we keep the chain of supply secured.
So you're basically keeping the confidence of the code real, basically, because at the end of the day, what you're saying is that right now there's kind of an issue in the industry that I get kind of, let's say, code from Yandex, try to bring it here to Israel, and there's a whole mess in the middle.
Yeah, so it's more than that. Like if you take the other competitors that bring clouds over here,
sure,
and they can open a region over here, but this region is managed and operated fully by them, and we want to create a higher trust with the local team that this is controlled and owned by the local government and the local country that is running
sure, the ecosystem here.
The ecosystem. So
right.
that builds a better trust, and we create a transparency from the moment that we design the application through the process of construction of the application, verification, and shipping and deploying it in the Yandex, in the cloud IL,
sure,
in the local cloud. All of this is monitored, verified, and it's a collaboration between the local state and the vendor that brings the technology, and all together merge into one full process.
That's
it
awesome.
Like a well-oiled machine.
No, it's like an end-to-end verification process almost.
Yes.
It's very unique in that sense.
So you don't like throw over the fence. You are involved in the
right.
entire process of the building up the solution.
Right, from Yandex to local in a sense.
From design to shipment.
Got you.
That's the
now I want to go to Nati here because I think you bring up a very interesting thing. You obviously, from your background, when you hear this type of situation, you're probably thinking, okay, I'm getting code from someone else. I'm bringing it here into the national security parameter, we can say. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's a lot of things that are vulnerable. You have a lot of threats. And not to mention that you don't even know what's going on the vendor's end, so you can't necessarily even know how you're going to protect yourself locally. Can you explain a little bit about, from the national perspective, what Israel is taking from this?
Of course. I think that what Yair said, the important idea of the operation that we have. He said, we want to create a higher trust. Mm-hmm. Because to trust in every vendor that comes to here, to the market of Israel, of course. And the clients want the trust. And we hear a lot of zero trust and all these things.
Right.
But when we created this operation, the first thing that we said to Yandex is we have two things that it's go without saying. One is a local partner that will deliver all the operation. And the second one, we will create the model of the security, and you need to go by this.
You need to go by the book that we're creating for you, not the other way around.
No, together. To do it together.
Very collaborative element then.
Of course, to do it together. So they agreed, and what we did, we created the model. I sent you the slide of the model. What the model says? The model says there's the standards.
Okay.
It's national standards. This is okay. This is every company. But we're starting with the infrastructures, the data center, and the network need to be the best secured in Israel. So we chose Med1. Med1 is one of the best secured data center in Israel.
Okay.
The second layer, and this is unique, is the hardware. All the scanning of the hardware that comes to Israel, we scan it in a special lab in Yokneam, FiberNet, that it's the first time that they work with a company that it's not security officially.
So basically you're saying that you guys kind of took out we can say the larger security infrastructure, and you're moving to more of a private sector type of model.
Right.
Wow, very interesting.
The third thing is the code review, what they talk, and this is the most, hard and difficult in all the model.
Okay, why is that?
We will talk about it.
Okay, so we'll get there in just a second with you.
And the other one is, of course, the authorities in Israel to show them Israeli layer that we will create, and PT every half a year. So I think that the most compliance and competitive and hard issues is the code review, and it's the first time that you do it in Israel. Even the military and even the government doesn't do this kind of operation.
Interesting. Is there a lot of pushback right now in Israel from this model? Is there
No.
like obstacles that are kind of having to be done?
So a lot of companies and clients, potential clients, are says, you know what? I think that this model. I need to adapt it also to my operation.
Really?
But
Okay.
I don't know a vendor that allows to do this kind of operation. I don't know it.
Okay.
So because of this, it's very, very special operation. And the day by day partnership between Evgeny and Yair, the teams are we create something new.
Truly. No, it's very innovative. I mean, you guys are creating a new whole collaborative system. Now, I want to go kind of a little bit into this before we go into the whole kind of collaborative element here. What makes the code review, and I know you kind of brought it up, you said that there's this manual element, there's an automatic element, but what makes it truly so difficult, like Nati was saying, and so time intensive, maybe resource intensive, and why that might kind of be an obstacle for adoption?
So I'll start with maybe a statement saying I was working also for LivePerson, for ServiceNow, cloud vendors that provided a solution. And the way that you do business in the cloud is security. Right. Security is the way that you do business. Sure. That's the very basic. And when I was in other companies, cloud companies, there were like huge questionnaire trying to create this level of trust before they give up their data into your solution.
They were just questionnaires.
Questionnaire like 3,000, or maybe give me some evidence, show me that you did like static code analysis. Here
doesn't sound very cyber-techy, you know what I mean?
And I don't know a vendor that says, okay, take all my intellectual property, all my code, review it line by line, see everything, like open the...
it's like open the doors, basically. You're letting someone into your back door.
This is trust.
Yeah,
this is a real trust.
That is truly trust, yeah.
And this makes it kind of an open source kind that everybody can look and research the code. What we are doing is we come to this technology, we are evaluating it, doing the design review, giving our feedback on potential weaknesses that are in the platform. We are going to look deep inside into the code to the level of how the developer, and there is a legacy code, and we will be able to feedback. And with this collaboration and openness, the vendor is willing to take the next step and response to these challenges.
No,
right? It's a challenge. If you go to any vendor that you know and ask him, give me the code, let me give you feedback, and before I use it, you will fix what I'm telling you, you will see that not all of the big companies, Fortune 100, will not give up for that.
Of course not. They open their doors too much. No, it's a little bit too vulnerable.
This means that the vendor means business. He is willing to take whatever feedback that you give him and be audited through the entire process and do the modification and adjustment to deploy it here on the Israeli cloud. And I think this is showing strength. If somebody is looking this from the side, he says, okay, if this is the process that you went and there is evidence that you do that, then we trust the process.
Right, it kind of creates a double-sided trust element there.
Yes.
Now, I want to also go to Evgeny here. What is Yandex's take on this whole collaborative element? Because in many ways, you guys are saying, hey, open our doors, look at our code, make sure it's good, and you kind of leave yourself open to this whole vulnerability. So what is your take on this whole, Yandex-Israel collaboration that's kind of being brought up right now?
Here we are creating like a joint venture, together with Door to provide these cloud services. And what we take, the first is just to make this cloud trusted and to set it up for the highest compliance requirements, the highest security requirements to meet Israeli security standards. The second, it's just we are trying to preserve core products. So any improvements we put into our processes, we just make the whole product more secure. It's not only about Israeli installation; it's about all the other installations that we can set up, and they will meet all the other requirements. And it's kind of challenge for us because we're doing that for the first time, and the main We're not doing like it like a one shot. We need to do it like a process, continuous process of this verification and assurance. It's this code review to embed independent security controls into our development process and to make them work every time we do changes, we deploy changes, we do scanning and so on.
No, very interesting. It's also what I find so interesting is that as a big tech, company, you guys are really trying to open yourselves up to development and betterment, which is really unique here. Guys, I want to thank you so much for your time in the live studio. It's been very, very good talking with you guys, understanding this whole new process of code review, this innovative, collaborative approach between the Israeli government and Israeli local ecosystem and Yandex. I wish you guys a lot of luck and everything, and we're very excited to see the advancements. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, German.
Woo! The inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
Everybody, we are once again live from Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022. We have a lot of interesting companies on the list to go over today. We want to really bring to you guys a real understanding of what the cybertech and cybersecurity ecosystem even looks like, and that's basically what we're doing here today, is to try to give a real snapshot of the whole ecosystem here in Israel and internationally. At the Cybertech conference, we actually have a ton of people here all over the world. About 50 different countries are represented here today with all sorts of technologies, people who are trying to learn, people who are trying to understand more, and people who are also developing new things and trying to grow business relations both in Israel and abroad to try to kind of develop this whole cybersecurity ecosystem. We're very excited right now because we're actually headed over to a very interesting company called Thales, and we are going to kind of introduce you guys to their technology, who they are, what they're about. And as you can see also just from the whole Cybertech Global Conference, I mean, there's tons and tons of people here, which is such a blessing, to be honest, based on the whole situation with the coronavirus pandemic that's been going on for the last while, this being the first in-person event in quite some time. One of the things here too that you can kind of see is there's tons and tons, let's take it this way real fast, tons and tons of companies here. We have companies all the way from Door Technologies over here, which is doing some work in terms of trying to integrate what we just spoke about with Yandex code review into a whole collaborative process when you develop cybersecurity elements. And when we go down the whole booth area here, you see tons of cybersecurity solutions. What I find so interesting myself in the whole cybersecurity sector and field is the range of solutions that exist out there, whether it's from, as you can see, playing rings and also protecting your cloud security. That was a joke, might have been a bad one, but hey, we work on it. Long story short, in the meantime, let's go over to these guys from Cymotive. Hi Cymotive, can we talk to you guys today? Sure. Cool. So Cymotive, what are you guys up to in your neck of the woods?
Well, what we do is cybersecurity for the automotive field.
Very cool.
Smart mobility.
Okay. And where are you guys from? Are you guys Israeli company?
Yes, we are an Israeli company. We also have, we work with Volkswagen, the whole group.
The whole group?
Yes.
So we have sites in Germany, also employees in Sweden and Romania.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so what is your solution basically in general? What are you guys like providing for like Volkswagen? Why do they want you?
They want a product to protect the cars, that no one can attack the cars.
Because they have kind of like an interface or a system in the car that basically is vulnerable to it. Has there been cases of hacks and breaches in the past for Volkswagen?
We have also a research department, so we make sure that they won't be attacked. So I'm not sure if there was in the past, but
for now we're good.
For now we're good?
Yeah.
Okay, well thank you guys so much. Really good luck with everything here. It sounds like you guys are really interested in technology, so excited to see. One, two. Okay, sure.
Grab someone. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
He hasn't been here.
Where is this them? Okay, so just keep going? Okay. Let's go this way then. If we're here today, we're going to have a little talk, with some of the smaller companies too that are also present here. Not necessarily smaller, but definitely more in the startup field and are kind of not as we could say is not as established. So I would like to kind of bring to light some of these companies, and let's go and meet some. Hello, how are you today?
How are you guys?
My name is Jordan. I'm here from Cybertech Global. We're here trying to just understand more about the companies that are here and the different solutions that you guys are presenting. So could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Shaked Vax. I'm a co-founder with Anonybit, which is provides a decentralized infrastructure for securing sensitive data by breaking it up to multiple bits that are anonymized, hence the name. And
very creative.
Thank you, thank you. Hence, and we focus on biometric data, for example, other personal identifiable data, and our partners build solutions over that infrastructure. In a sense, you can think about it like the AWS of decentralized identity.
Very interesting. And what are you hoping to gain here at Cybertech?
Interesting partnerships, identify partnership, find leads, and learn about other companies, obviously.
And have you had any fruitful things come about already?
It's early. It's early, like we're first just into the morning, so hopefully it will pick up.
And is this your first time at Cybertech?
Actually, no, like my fourth. I used to be with other companies, and I came a lot, so.
Oh, but this is your first as a entrepreneur.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Good luck with everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you.
All right, so now we are going on after a brief little delay trying to find the booth here for Thales. We are going to go and meet them and talk to them a little bit. Going to ask our producer here where exactly the booth is. This way, we're coming this way. We're going to lead you all through here. And as you can see, you know, just going around, you see so many people are here trying to really understand more about the whole cybersecurity ecosystem here in Israel. One of the things that I've actually been very, very interested in is the fact that there's a ton of students and young people here who are really trying to learn a little bit more about what the Israeli cybersecurity ecosystem looks like, and themselves being the next generation of cybersecurity and cyber defense are actually learning a lot about what's going to happen. So we're very excited to show them around and to show you all the different people here. And now we are going to go and talk with Thales. Hello, Thales.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Are you Thales?
Yeah, all.
Thales. Amazing. Well, we would love to talk with everyone. Who's coming with me?
Maybe.
Don't all jump at once, though, let me tell you. All right, so is this the team of Thales here that we're with? This is the whole team. So you want to maybe do like a little pan of everyone real fast just so we see the whole team. Who are we speaking to today, though? Hi. All right, so let's start easily like this. So I'm Jordan. I'm leading the Cybertech Global Live Studio, so it's really nice to meet everyone here and to learn a little bit about what Thales is about. So we'll start with you, I think. What's your name, and can you tell us a little bit about Thales?
My name is Sergio, and I manage Southern Europe in data protection for Thales.
Okay, cool. And maybe who here can tell me a little bit about the Thales solution?
Hi,
who are you?
I'm Tom. Nice to meet you. I'm the sales engineer. Thales can offer a wide range of technologies and solutions that are data centric, and they offer the best of breed in data protection.
And what type of companies are you looking to protect when you talk about data protection?
That could range from government, high tech, finance. Verticals.
And what are your current types of partnerships that you have going on right now?
You mean technology partnerships? I'm sorry?
Yes, technology partnerships.
Just about everyone, all the big ones.
Okay. And
state-specific names.
That's okay. We don't have to.
I may forgot someone, and I don't want to offend.
Maybe I can add something about because what we do is a unique solution that we have. Then it's written there. No, discover. If you see a little bit over here.
Discover, protect, and control access. Okay.
Discover, protect, and access. So. We have a nice platform, unique platform around the world that allow our customers, to discover where the data they are, because they don't know where they are many times, and then to protect the data, so encrypt the data, make encryption, and then manage, manage the data, manage the keys where they are, the keys, And of course, there are a part of access control that my colleague is there, Aurelian, that is managing Southern Europe for access management.
Opportunity.
Especially, hi Joel, nice to meet you as well. I'm the new country manager, the green one, so I let the guys here to speak. But I think that with all the Nimbus project that we have here and with all the corona and the changing of the way the people are working, I think that Thales have a great opportunity to grow here and to bring new solutions to the data, new solutions how we keep the data. The threats are here, and we need to change the mind how we treat the data and how we keep it, how we qualify it, where it is the data. So I think that Thales bring those solutions to the market.
Very cool. And are there any, I say this with a little grain of salt because I always know the cyber companies are always like, no, we can't talk about it. Are there any cool updates, any opportunities that you want to talk about in the Israeli market that are upcoming?
I think that the cloud, as a statement, it's the biggest opportunity that we have. Ransomware, I think the ransomware was something that was very unique, only for individuals. It came to be a threat, a country threat, I would say, or nation state threat. And this is why more and more organizations are going to use our solutions, because you want to encrypt your data. I think that the people start to understand that you need to find different solutions to encrypt your data and qualify it and know where it is. And this is the biggest opportunity that we see. So we are jumping into the solutions of the cloud and into the solutions of the changing of the cloud.
Sounds very good. Guys, thank you so much for your time. It's been very interesting. I wish you all the best here. Thanks, guys.
Are you working with Hagai? Okay, just verified.
Yeah, no. All right. So as you saw, there, very interesting technology by Thales. As you see, there's this major push right now to get into the whole cloud environment and cloud security environment. How do people address this up and coming, type of system that we've kind of all moved to, that we've all decided is maybe a little better for us, has a lot more of a management and security advantage than others. 1 second. Okay. So, that's, going back to the whole cloud discussion, basically, we are very interested here, I think, and a lot of the panels that we are going to have also at the live studio, and what's also being talked here is a lot to have to do with cloud security. The whole idea of integrating your whole organization into the cloud is one big decision that a lot of people have to make, and a lot of companies have to make, especially different ventures and different entrepreneurs who are trying to find ways to manage their data, to manage, various aspects of their organization and do it in a way that works well for them and works well in a way that, manages it, but also keeps it safe. How do you keep it safe when, back in the day, as one gentleman put yesterday, you don't necessarily have the servers in the floor -1 to talk to you about different things and to just say, hey, we have floor -1, this is where all our data is. How do you deal with it when you don't have that centralized point of contact? You have more of something that's based in a kind of system and a kind of spread over maybe different nodes or different types of situations that allow you to have a more cloud experience. How do you control that data? How do you control third parties who may get into it? How can you control other vulnerabilities and other types of threats that may or may not come up as part of being in a cloud environment and using cloud type of management and data control? These are the things that we always have to kind of consider when we are moving into these directions. So I found it very interesting myself that Thales, they noticed that one of their main opportunities is actually in cloud security and how they are going to develop it. It seems like in general, throughout the cybertech industry, this seems to be a major opportunity. How do it basically protect your cloud environment from potential attacks, potential hackers, potential breaches, and anything of the sort. As you can see also, as we continue moving through the whole Cybertech stadium, basically, I would call it more of a room, but still a stadium, you can see basically tons of people. We have tons of different companies. People are milling about. This is only one room even of this entire conference, quite stunning to see this, especially after, as we've mentioned before, the coronavirus pandemic, which changed the game a little bit and put us in a situation where we weren't quite able to have these type of events. So it's very cool. There's a lot of networking going on here. A lot of people are collaborating, trying to find those next opportunities and those new things that will help develop this whole ecosystem out further and make it even better, and also, of course, help grow Israel as a leading tech power in the world. So it's very interesting to see. You also can see here that one of the major interesting parts is that the Cybertech Global, if we also come here, is not just something that is going to be just in Tel Aviv, but is actually all over the world. We can see here that right now we have basically already the next one set up for, I believe, end of January, start of February 2023, and we have other ones throughout the world, including Rome, Dubai, Rwanda, Tokyo, tons of places. This is a global event, and people are here to collaborate. We're now going to go to another company, and we are going to showcase their technology, what they're doing here, how they're getting involved in this cyber tech ecosystem, especially within Israel. As we said here, this is an international conference. There are a lot of people here who are from all over the world, from all different backgrounds, trying to understand more about this field, being a leading industry and being a leading opportunity right now in the world, I would even say. It's very interesting to see how everyone interacts. So now we are coming to Akamai, and we are going to hear a little bit more about this company and what they're doing to help in cybertech. So Akamai, hi, I'm Jordan from Cybertech Global Live. So we're very excited to talk to you. Who am I talking with today?
I'm Ofer. I'm actually from previously from Gardico. That is.
We won't tell anyone.
A company that was acquired recently by Akamai, but basically it's.
So I should say congratulations. We want to tell everyone about it.
Yeah. So it was a nice journey to be a standalone company, but now we are part of a bigger organization.
Well, congratulations, first of all. That's a big deal. And second of all, maybe you can tell me a little bit more about maybe why Akamai acquired you, what made you guys such a needed asset.
Yeah, so basically we are protecting the organizations like the largest bank, largest pharmas, largest healthcare, retailers, etc., from cyber attack by doing segmentation. What's the firewall, the first generation and second generation of the firewalls used to do with technology that was based on one single point of
contact.
Yes. And we do the opposite. We distribute the firewall across all the assets, all the servers, all the endpoints, and each and every server and each and every endpoint is now a firewall by itself.
And is that when you say segmentation, that's what you mean, kind of the individualization and the customization of these different firewalls?
Yeah, it's in the COVID world, it's what people used to do in order to avoid the virus. We do the same in organizations, that you want, in order to protect critical assets of the organization or in order to separate environments, etc., what you need to do is to put a virtual fence around each and every critical application. So in case somebody penetrates one part of the organization, he cannot just move laterally and attack the entire organization. If you have a ransomware attack that managed to get a hold of a server somewhere in the world, it cannot just go and laterally move and take over the entire organization.
So you guys are basically trying to create these kind of what, I guess you could bring it back, the segmented kind of elements, almost like a ship in a sense, right? That you close off one compartment, it starts drowning, it starts slaying.
Exactly. Actually, we're using the ship analogy for people that are not really familiar with this.
Well, there you go. I did it for you. I didn't even have to. I got you. I'm on the ship boat with you. We're on the same boat, right?
Exactly. We used to use the ship, and then the COVID arrived, and now everyone understands what is microsegmentation and segmentation of a country, segmentation of a house, segmentation of a person. So COVID helped us to explain what is segmentation. But basically, this market of microsegmentation is basically starting to replace the firewall, the traditional firewall in data centers and inside the organization. So the future is basically technology like Gardico's, which is the leading one in segmentation and microsegmentation inside the network, and a different way of handling the perimeter for the traffic that arrives from outside of the network. Gardico was acquired by Akamai in order to protect the end-to-end zero trust mechanism between the access, the person that is trying to access infrastructure element of the company, and inside the network protections that Guardicore provides. So,
and maybe you can go a little bit in depth about this whole zero trust element. You've been hearing this a lot today, and maybe you could explain it from your side, at least at Akamai, what that means for you.
yeah, so basically zero trust is exactly what it says. It's trust nobody, decide who positively can get access to your critical application, your banking application, your ATM application, your PCI application, etc. And then everything else is blocked. So it's no longer the way that it was done in the past, that if you manage to pass the perimeter of the company, that's it. You can just go around the hall and just meet everybody and infect everybody. So zero trust, it means I'm defining who should have access to an element, and everything else is blocked. And that's exactly what we are doing. And with Akamai, we can get all the way from the access to the perimeter, and from the perimeter inside the company, in order to protect end-to-end path that is basically trusted. So I know who is accessing, I'm giving him access to the organization, and inside the organization, he is only allowed to do A, B, C, and D. So if he is attacked and he is compromised, he cannot take over the entire organization. So
right, it saves basically the organization from a full-on attack. It kind of says, okay, this might get wrong, but at least that's the only part, right? We can fix that. We can't fix it. The whole organization is lost. Now, I want to kind of understand, what are you guys hoping to gain from Cybertech? Obviously, it's probably not your first time here, I imagine. I think you're probably a little bit of a veteran. I imagine Akamai is too. What is the goal of Akamai being here today?
So basically, we saw that in past Cybertechs, we managed to meet senior executives from around the world. And actually, with somebody that passing through the corridor and just starting a short conversation, you manage to close a multi-million deal. It happened to us already with customers in past Cybertech. So we are. You
can pass me those multi-millions too. Don't worry about it.
So we think that Cybertech is a great place to meet people from around the world that have the executive level and executive understanding of different technologies, and find the technologies that can really change their life, change the way the organization work for the future. So they are coming to Israel to meet those innovative technologies. Guardicore is no longer a small startup. We are selling in tens and more than that $1 million, but we started as a small company that met people in Cybertech and managed to
Of course. It's a nice development. Now, what is also, Akamai's look for the Israeli market? I think Israel being this leading cybertech power obviously is a big deal. Where do you guys kind of fit in? Where do you see opportunities arising in the future?
Yeah, so the Israeli market, it's not a big market, of course. It's a small market, but it's quite innovative. And we see people that are looking for ways to bridge the gap between the high threat factors that exist in the Israeli market from adversaries around the world, into with the innovations that exist here in the market. So Israel is an important market for us to go forward with new technologies, with innovation, and eventually there are enough big companies from different verticals in Israel. In each and every vertical, you have Israeli companies that are innovative enough to try a technology, and then when we go to Europe, when we go to North America, when you go to Asia, you will say, okay, I did it already in an insurance company, in a retail, in online companies like Wix and and the rest. So we can show the market that it was working, or it is working in the Israeli market. So Guardicore, which was acquired by Akamai, really pay a lot of attention to the Israeli market. Akamai exists in this market for 20 years, so Akamai protects here large organizations for many, many years. So it's not something that will be odd to the market to see Guardicore and Akamai join forces.
No, for sure. And one last thing, and then we'll end on this. Very interesting move that you've done. You had your own company, now you've joined. What is your advice for other, aspiring cybertech entrepreneurs out there starting their own startups today, watching this, maybe to try to get some better idea? What is your advice?
Yeah, so first the key advice is focus on your business, grow your business organically. Don't ever think on acquisition or anything like that. Focus on your business, bring the major customers in each and every vertical, have a key customers that you can leverage in order to move laterally to other customers. And then sometimes opportunities just come when you're not expecting them, and it happens.
Well, listen, it's been very, very good talking to you, Ofer. I really appreciate it, and I wish you the best here.
Thank you very much. It was a great chat.
Have a good one. So now we are going to move on, but as you can see, Akamai, Akamai itself has a very, storied past in Israel, a major company, and one of the very interesting things in this entire aspect of development in the cybertech ecosystem and cybersecurity is that basically we are focused very, very heavily on this whole development in Israel. What does it mean for the Israeli ecosystem and such, and how is it going to be kind of a developed kind of situation. As we continue walking through the stadium here and kind of looking at the different companies, again, I want us to kind of think about the various types of elements that are going on here. You have very unique companies here, and I think even Ofer made a very good point. Everyone here is trying to hit on a different vertical and are trying to hit a different customer who is relevant to them. And how can you create cybersecurity solutions that hit a specific customer and a specific customer segment, I think is a very, very good piece of advice that we just heard. At the end of the day, you have people who are competing, you have people who do offer similar solutions, but when you can provide a niche solution to different companies within the cybersecurity sphere, you have a much better chance of succeeding, and even in Ofer's case, perhaps getting acquired. So I think that's very interesting that he brought this whole element up. I also find the whole interesting element about segmentation. It's not the first time we've heard elements of this type of cybersecurity solution. How can you create a system in which you are not having total loss of problems, and how are you not going to be totally threatened when you change things? So now we are moving on to Cape, and we are going to talk a little bit about Cape with our friend
Ari Margalit.
Ari Margalit, who we had a great talk the other night over text and kind of understood a little bit more about what we are doing. I'm Jordan, so nice to meet you in person now.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Great to see you.
Great to see you as well. We'll do the picture afterwards. Don't worry. We'll get the full selfie in. But here, what we're here to do today is really understand what Cape is about. So why don't you give everybody a little introduction about yourself, and then we'll go into a little bit about Cape.
So I'm Ari Margalit. Nice to see you all here. I'm Cape CTO. Can you hear me when I talk?
You can hear. Yeah, you don't have to. Don't worry. I held the mic.
So Cape is actually the biggest privacy and security B2C company today in the world.
Congratulations.
We are a company that puts privacy first. Our consumers are our end user, everyone, me, you. We have a very strong presence today in the VPN area. So we have 4 very strong VPN. VPN is a virtual private network.
Yeah. For all those at home who don't know VPN. Maybe you're using one right now even.
Yeah, before I joined Cape, I was using actually Cape brands. So ExpressVPN, PIA, which is private internet access, CyberGhost, whoever is a geeky like me, we were all using it. Also, actually, companies are using it today for employees. So
it's not just a consumer product, it's also a B2B in a certain sense.
No, it's a B2C product, but today, there is an area where there are enterprise big companies, they all buy like the McAfee and the Norton solution, the Cisco, whatever. And then there is like a huge section of small, medium businesses. And what I find that many of our users are actually small and medium businesses that don't have a solution for them, so they just buy a bunch of licenses of one of our brands.
So it kind of makes sense. In a sense, it's a smaller business, but it's still consumer-based in a sense.
So
I get you.
How I learned to know the brands of Cape, and I was really happy to join the company. And as I said, we have very strong presence in the VPN, area, solving solution. Solving problems for our consumers around like anti-censorship, consuming content, and privacy, okay? And as the world is evolving today, privacy becomes an issue. You see Google and Facebook, stories around like people are losing their identity being stolen, or privacy, personal information is being used. We all see it, we all fear from it, and Cape is here. I believe Cape is a movement. And we are presently and currently working on how we can create a private digital life for our consumers. So it starts with the VPN, it continues with security. So we have the brand Integro, that you see here, which is like a very strong antivirus brand that protects your end device.
But this is, again, this is separate than the VPN offering.
Yeah, but today when you go to our brands, we actually white label our antivirus solution inside our VPN. We white label our VPN inside our antivirus. So,
so it's a full package, basically.
Yeah, so we have, consider us like you see Volkswagen today with Audi and Skoda. And what else do they have? Like it's a Seat, I think. Okay. So it's like they have different brands in different premium level, but at the end it's the same. It's a car. Okay. So we are like that. We have different like type of persona that are using our different premium level of our brands.
And what makes you guys so unique as compared to the other, competitors in the ecosystem, especially when it comes to the VPN offerings? Because there's so many out there, so many different offerings. What makes you guys so unique? Why do I want to use you? Do I get a free offering after having this?
You can scan the barcode and get a free
there you go, right?
For several months.
Yeah, no, but what's the unique value that you bring to your customers?
First of all, as Cape, we see ourselves, as I said, as a movement. So we come with the privacy suite. We have like a suite of products. We have a full portfolio. So we have, when you buy our product, one of our products, you also get, in some of the brands, you get a password manager, which is very important for your personalization of your privacy. You get a private browser, which is super important because today when we browse, our data is out there, our identity is out there.
Yeah, they're tracking us, we know it.
So we have a private browser, we have a dedicated IP, you can have your own IP, you can buy from us an IP, and then you don't just go VPN, but you also have a dedicated IP and not something you can come back to and use. We hide your DNS. We now integrated with Handshake in one of our brands, which is PIA. Okay. Handshake is a concept of open sourcing the DNS world. Like you don't go to a DNS server, you actually go to Handshake and you can have like a name for your site, which is your name that you bought. Which we can create. You can create our profile in our system, and you can create like email relays or profile relays. So in reality, you can be Jordan, the German, right. Jordan, okay. That lives in Israel, but actually has an entity or a profile in Germany, right? Yeah, you go to our VPN, you select a German server, you use an email relay to hide behind that German present, again, from privacy reason.
No, I understand. It's all about the privacy.
And it protects you from hackers, from man-in-the-middle attacks. It protects you from governance, okay? Again, it's not just VPN that protects you from governance censorship. It's also, again, browsing, where do you put your password? We're thinking about the future, crypto wallet, crypto VPN. There are many ideas that we're working on.
Well, if like with this whole crypto element too, I mean, is that changing the way you guys deal with privacy with the VPN? I mean, what elements is it that you can even go into at this point?
So first of all, we don't sit on a VPN solution and we say that's all you need. First of all, one thing we're coming out is like, for example, routers. Okay. So we have a router solution that is our own proprietary with ExpressVPN. You can buy it online and get a router to your house, so you put all your devices connected to it. So it's not just your mobile or your, laptop. It's also your Xbox. Okay, so this is one. Two, looking at the future, you want sometimes, first of all, we have open sourced our protocol for our VPN. We have open sourced some of our brands' code completely like PIA. And we also, if I look at the future, we want to maybe create a crypto VPN. So we're going into a level that you want everything crypto. Maybe as part of our privacy suite, you're going to get a crypto wallet, as I said. Because today I'm protecting your password, your internet, your browsing, but what about your wallet? So I think...
So it's a full end-to-end kind of protection unit.
This is how we see the future to solve the full privacy digital experience. And because we are a SaaS, think about what happened with now the revolution around YouTube showing ads and for free, but then you pay SaaS, you go to Spotify. Right. You paid for cable TV, now people are moving to streaming. I think the whole world of digital, like the way you consume the internet, is evolving into a place that you will have also a SaaS subscription. You're going to pay a specific amount, which people are already...
No, they're already doing it.
Yeah, this is cultural thing that is changing in the world. And you consume your internet freely using one product. And that is the difference with Cape, because we will be able to give the full solution, not just a VPN, not just an AV.
You provide the whole package, which I think is something, also when you kind of see the whole, where the world's going right now, especially with cybersecurity, the people who are kind of providing this whole end-to-end package, the full thing, are a lot more successful, because at the end of the day, I'm not having to go to this guy and the next guy to get what I need.
Exactly. So you do have some companies going in that direction, I think, in B2B, but in B2C, people are now left loose. 95% of the world today, they consume, they browse through Chrome, and they browse through browsers that are not protecting them. They search the internet through Google. Their data is saved. They get personalized ads. Today, to be honest, even the results you get in Google, for example, are not really authentic. Like you get it, they are per ad, like how much they pay, and then also like you get like content that is not true. So in reality, we want to change the world. We want to change the world in a way that you're going to go consume your internet. It's 1%, so-called free of ads.
Right. And protecting your privacy.
Protecting your privacy. You are going out to the internet through a VPN. Your device is protected with an antivirus, so you cannot be attacked by spam or something like a virus that goes into your laptop. This VPN cannot protect, so this is why we have the AV as a protection to your device. Add to that where you put your password, as I said. Add to that where you browse, where you put your crypto wallet. Have everything in one package. Pay once, download once. Everything seamless. Use all your devices of your house. If you use operation system of Amazon, great. We support Amazon. If you use Android, we support that. So it's all your TVs, everything.
It's amazing.
This is how we see the future, but actually this is the present.
No, it's amazing. And I want to understand, what is the goal for you guys here at Cybertech today?
To be honest, our main goal is employer branding. I feel that when I joined Cape, people less know of the brand of Cape. They know about our brands, the products we sell, which is the most important thing. But we want to hire the best talent. And Israel is a hard Silicon Valley to find talent in. So we wanted, to be present, first of all, for the talent attraction, let's say, sure. And our employer branding. So this is one, we want people to know what is Cape.
Sure.
The second reason, we are creating a lot of partnership. It's not a secret. Cape, it was built out of a lot of M&As. So this is a very strong company. $2 billion worth.
I mean, yeah. Let's not forget about the Express VPN, acquisition you guys had only a few months ago. So
yeah, we just acquired Express several months ago in $1 billion. We are looking for partnership. We're also looking for M&A. I think all the cyber companies are here.
Right.
So we're tracking, the small groups that are in the garage inventing now the new thing in cyber. We want these guys as part of our family. So that's like, I would say the second
top goal, right? So how have you guys also been dealing, let's say, with this whole thing with the Great Resignation and this whole kind of talent shortage that's happening to basically every tech company around the world?
First of all, it's a big problem. I think it's more of a problem in the Silicon Valley type of places like Tel Aviv, Silicon Valley in the States.
Silicon Valley, Israel, Silicon Wadi.
To be honest, we are in a bubble. So I think, first of all, we are going into countries where we feel that the bubble is not yet there. So East Europe is a place where we find great talent, which is unfortunate as an Israeli. But to be frank, we are putting a lot of our effort in hiring best talent in East Europe. This is one. Second, we are laser focusing on here in a country like Israel to bring specific talent in specific areas where we feel that still there is an advantage for the Israeli community and everything. And there, we are willing to pay like in the level of the market. We are willing to go a long way to create this environment. But we're not in our mind. We don't want to be like the type of company that you see in Eretz Nederet, the Webos type of company that just like, populistic, that give everything to the employee and create this like a Luna Park environment. No, we are serious about like building the best product in the world. Best technology, top technology, building products that matter, that change the industry, that change people's life. And I think this is like bigger than just giving a person more money in the CBUS.
No, I understand you, and I think actually you make a very good point, because at the end of the day, it's the conditions help, but at the end of the day, you need to have a product. You need to have a company that you can stand behind. Now, what do you guys also see as, let's say, an opportunity here in the Israeli market specifically? I understand that you're moving out a little bit to Eastern Europe. I understand that stuff. You're not the only ones, obviously. It's not. It's not. Yeah. It's not even the only ones. What do you guys see as a key opportunity here in the Israeli ecosystem to work with, especially being the fact that it is a, it's a global power?
So first of all, we are a cybersecurity company. This is what we do, and I think today still Israel is a hub, mainly the center of Israel is a hub that creates and generates a lot of good cybersecurity talent. Why? Our army, the 8200, the 81, and all the rest of Mamram, all the units of the army are generating great talent in young age. And I think also we are a startup nation. We have the people attitude, the culture difference is still there. I think I don't think we're hungry here as we used to be 20 years ago.
Interesting that you say that. I almost would think it's different based on the amount of success we've had this year.
I think we have success, because we have talent. We are not just a startup nation. Our people think about we are go-getters, we need to win. Man, Israel is a startup, right? 70 years.
100%.
Startup in the Middle East, and it's a successful one. So I think overall, still we have this culture, but I believe it's changing, and we need to go back to our roots. But that's another discussion. In reality, I think still we have unique talent, especially in cyber. But I think if we'll not get our senses and come balanced a bit, I think there will be an explosion of the bubble, if you ask me. But in cyber, I still think we're still a strong presence, a strong hub, and let's say per capita, the amount of cyber people we have here, or per amount of developers, the amount of developers that are experienced in cyber, we are still unique in the world.
Very interesting. Listen, Ari, this has been quite the interesting conversation for me. I really appreciate you taking the time. I just wish you guys the best here at Cape. And is there anything else you want to add for everyone at home?
Oh, first of all, if you are a great cyber talent, you have a home with us in Cape. We're hiring, we're looking for the best people. And guys, let's change the world.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, Ari. So as you can see here, this is the beauty of the Israeli tech ecosystem. You have quite a unique type of development here. You have all the way from the startups in the back to the major corporations in the front. Cape, they made a $1 billion acquisition only a few months ago with one of the leading VPN companies in the world, ExpressVPN. Sorry about that. Moving around here is a little tricky at times. As you can see, we have so many people interested in the Israeli cybersecurity ecosystem. I mean, it's truly wild. I mean, you just see so many people here milling about, so it's very, very interesting. But, going back to our discussion on Cape Technologies, very interesting how they're kind of more consumer focused. A lot of the companies that we've been dealing with right now are actually a lot more business focused, B2B focused, as opposed to the B2C focus. Providing VPNs for people like you at home, you, me, so that we can, feel safe out there and feel secure. There's this whole move right now in the world to privacy in general. What does that mean for us as a people living in this new digital age? How can we make sure that we are protected? How can companies also make sure that they, in a sense, are protecting us, if you will? That's the important thing, and that's what I found very interesting about the discussion we just had with Ari and Cape Technologies. Another very interesting part is something that I want to get into, which is this whole, what we call in the whether it's exactly a coder, a developer, or an engineer, or anything of the sort. We are basically seeing this around the world, seeing this in major tech industries around the world, that people are losing the talent and if they're not losing it, they're not finding it. And I think, outsourcing, growing teams internationally is always an option for people as they grow out their ventures and grow out their industries. But at the end of the day, what they need to be doing is trying to find a real solution that helps them. It sounds very good that, at the end of the day, Ari talked about the fact that he can actually, connect people to jobs if they're worthwhile, but that in a sense, he's looking for anyone who's good. He doesn't care if you have a certain background, a certain education. He wants people who are talented, who have a strong technological background and actually have the ability to grow themselves and kind of do different kind of tasks in the security industry. As we continue just going through, these kind of booths here, as we're going through the whole stadium here, you see so many people. I think, just take a real fast, if you could just point the camera that way, you see so many interesting, people from all over the world. You have soldiers, you have students, you have international people who have come to this conference, all here trying to just understand more what Israel has to offer, what cybersecurity is, what the cyber defense realm actually has as kind of a larger, growth mechanism, especially in the world, and as an opportunity in technological developments. So we'll keep walking this way a little bit, and as we go around kind of seeing the different booths are here, we'll see basically kind of, different companies that are here right now. Let us actually go over this way. So one of these very interesting companies that's over here is No Name. And we are going to actually go and talk to someone there and see if it's what it's more about. So can we interview you for Cybertech Live?
Reiterate that this
No problem.
year,
So who am I talking with?
Cybertech undertook to discuss the issue and to promote the issue of diversity and inclusion in the sector, in this very important sector. Tomorrow afternoon we have a whole afternoon about the role of women, Israeli Arabs, ultra-Orthodox people in the industry. This wonderful gathering of ladies is the gathering of our speakers tomorrow. We have a great number of women on the program, and please watch the program and go and hear them. Michal Braverman is one of the leaders, as I said, but there are more ladies which are playing major role, which is really great to watch and to see. Our next speaker is very well known in Israel and abroad. He took public one of the most successful Israeli cyber companies. He is the co-founder and chairman and CEO of CyberArk United States, and he's going to talk about countering attacker innovation with identity security. Ladies and gentlemen, Udi Mokadi.
All right, thank you very much, Yossi. It's CyberArk Global, right? We're a global company, but we're very proud to have started here in Israel and to create a true global company. Pleasure to be with all of you, and Cybertech is at the forefront of bringing people back together, and actually enjoyed being in Cybertech New York. And I could tell that it was the first time that a lot of New Yorkers were seeing humans together. So actually Cybertech from Israel came to New York and got humans together back in the city. And great to be with everyone here. As Yossi mentioned, I'm going to talk about what CyberArk is known for, and we wake up every morning is how do we counter attacker innovation with identity security. We come off a very busy 2021. It kicked off just after the remnants of SolarWinds and the concerns about supply chain. And then we had Log4j also setting up and reminding everyone that you have to assume breach, because it can come from supply chain, like in the SolarWinds example, but it can also be in open source and source code that's used by everyone ubiquitously. And of course, Nadav mentioned earlier, we're also living in reality that's changing every day. So the threat environment is probably the highest that we can remember. I want to talk about a new type of cybersecurity debt, and it's debt that has to do with identities, with digital transformation, and with working from home and adopting modern technologies, especially in the last 2 years where everybody's running fast. There's actually a birth of so many more identities in enterprises than ever before. We found that a 5,000 person enterprise actually has over 600,000 identities, and you would say, wait, you said 5,000 employees, but yes, about 75% of those would be machines, would be the different applications that are using credentials and have an identity. It could be the various platforms, and even the IoT devices that Michal talked about, and of course the humans of the company, their suppliers and their customers are all using identities every day. And with this mass run-up to digitize, we're creating this debt of unmanaged and unknown and over-privileged identities in the environment. The CyberArk labs here in Israel, and I always say that they have a dream job because they're really researching advanced attacks and seeing where can CyberArk help. They're seeing some very interesting trends in how attackers are innovation. There's much more weaponizing of vulnerabilities to create a long tail and the ability to come back later. There's much more capitalizations and using TTPs to capitalize on human error in misconfigurations and over entitlements. And of course, there's more and more operationalization of attacks, where there's different types of attackers doing different parts of the attack chain. So the attacker innovation is not stopping. Sometimes we look at we like to call it large and small types of attacks, or focused and I would say widespread and targeted. You have both of those elements out there. The widespread or the big are massive super spreader events where it's a drive-by and trying to attack everybody. And on the other hand, we have the very focused and targeted types of attacks. And we saw just one very recently. If you look at the Ukraine, the attack against Ukraine with the hermetic wiper, it actually has attributes that could potentially that are not only associated with a specific keyboard or location, so could potentially and may still spread out outside of Ukraine, but they weren't mounted in super spreader type of events. But one thing that our lab immediately discovered is that for this malware to work, it needed elevated privileges on the endpoint. For it to propagate, it was stealing credentials and moving machine to machine. Right back to the world that we wake up every morning thinking about, the world of identity. And different enterprises define identities differently. I encourage everyone to take a 360-degree look where identities are in human employees, it's in the development CI/CD pipeline, it's in cloud workloads, in different areas of the infrastructure. Identity is really in the center, and obviously, as it's known, identity has become the new battleground and the first forefront where you can enter an enterprise, because everybody is spread out and perimeters have eroded, and we say identity is the new perimeter, but we also say assume breach, but also assume identity. Look for that identity and put processes to put that in place. So of course, what can be done in this world? Identity management and this digitization it has a lot of positivity, and it's enabling organizations to really embrace a digital transformation and move into the future. But what can be done? We believe in taking a security-first approach in managing identities with a zero trust, I would say, program or process in mind. First of all, discover them, but look for how do we trust them? How do we keep a least privileged process around all the identities we have in the organization? Securing the software supply chain, of course, is a big deal. We have a identity threat survey that is coming out in a few months. And about 2/3 of our responders said that they're worried about the software supply chain. and don't really know how to protect against it, back to assumed breach. And then, of course, there's do the basics. If we look at the recent guideline from CISA to organizations following the Ukraine attack, there were a lot of do the basics things, whether it's segmentation and endpoint controls, and also taking least privilege approach to identities and protecting privilege access. And then it's not just doing that, doing it better. If you had multi-factor authentication, go for advanced multi-factor authentication in a zero trust approach. Cyber hygiene is an ongoing process that can be measured and tightened up, and we're seeing that with enterprises around the world. It can be done. As you know, CyberArk pioneered privileged access management. We basically coined the term, invented it, and created that layer of protection so that organization can protect the keys to the kingdom in their organizations, the access to the various IT and cloud environments. But we've expanded. And actually, while COVID was going on, CyberArk really invested in expanding to what we call identity security. So looking not only at the most privileged users, but all types of identities, human and non-human, as I mentioned earlier before, and providing that layer of security against advanced threats that's also an enablement for digital transformation. So we look at human and non-human identities, and how do we walk them through the whole process to allow that access and use of resources, whether it's applications and hybrid infrastructure, data in the cloud, and of course many of our customers have hybrid environments, and then bring the best practices of what we did for a privileged user, session isolation, looking for anomalies, advanced AI, the ability to intervene in a session and expand that to all type of identities, giving the right level of control. Maybe we won't give the same level of control to someone in HR that we would to a database administrator or a cloud console administrator, but we want to know when somebody in HR is actually adding users or performing a sensitive or advanced function. So we worked very hard. Part of it was through an acquisition we did right at the heart of COVID. In May of 2020, we acquired an identity access management company out of California called Adaptive, and integrated it into our identity security platform, bringing the best of both worlds, privileged access management into identity security. Lots of work, but very, very exciting. And when you look at CyberArk, we're very proud to have started here in Israel. We believe in being productively paranoid. We have to always innovate because attackers are innovating, and it's in our DNA. And this is how we guide our team, and have expanded that around the world to always think ahead. What can we do to protect against attackers? We're located outside of Tel Aviv, but in June of last year, we also expanded to close to the Ben Gurion University, where the president of Ben Gurion spoke earlier in Beersheba to give us access to that talent. So we're really investing in growing our R&D in Israel and around the world. It's close to 800 employees in just in our R&D centers there, investing in innovation. From a global footprint, today we have more than 7,000 enterprise customers, and about more than 50% of the Fortune 500 and more than 35% of the Global 2000. And all of them are going through these processes that I talked about, both digital transformation, the creation of all new identities, and of course the need to put these security controls in place to enable them to run and modernize. But we believe that you don't go alone. And on top of the investment in organic and inorganic R&D and innovation, we're investing time, money, and engineering in a variety of integrations. We believe security is a team sport, and whether it's integrating into off-the-shelf applications like robotic process automation or threat vulnerability management solutions that need privileged access to perform their actions, integrating with cloud consoles, and many speakers that are with us today, so that we can provide even a tighter security for our customers. As Mr. Silvers said earlier, it's our responsibility as the software makers to optimize it for our customers. Think of how do we make the biggest impact for our customers. We do that a lot every day, and even giving programs for our customers for quickest time to value to reduce the most amount of risk in the least amount of time. But the other aspect is give them value with the other investments that they made in IT and in security, so that 1 + 1 will equal 11. And with that, I thank you. I look forward to seeing many of you outside and in the halls, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United States.
You call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
Welcome everybody from the live studio at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022. How are you guys? I'm very excited to have you guys in the studio. We're here with Contrast Security, with Ram and Itai, so I'm very excited to have you here. You know, what we're going to talk about today is obviously very topical for the whole Cybertech, conference, cloud security. I've been hearing this buzzword throughout my time here. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone has the new greatest solution, but you guys clearly do, right? That's why you're in the live studio. But anyways, I'd love to have you guys introduce yourself. Everyone who's picking us up from home, tell us a little bit about yourselves and also what you guys do at Contrast Security. So maybe we'll start with Ram.
Yeah. Okay. So nice meeting you. I've been wanted to meet you a long time ago, but now it's a good time. So Ram Yonish, I'm currently managing our site in Israel for Contrast Security. Married +3 and
congratulations.
Yeah.
The most important, I would say.
Well, my youngest is 30 and a half, so
There you go.
But I have a dog. He's 1 year old. So it's like another child.
So that's the plus.
Yeah, that's the plus. Yeah. And I've been co-founding a company called Cloud Essence with Itai and Tal. Actually, Tal should have been here today, but he got the COVID, so we stayed home.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Too bad. Well, pour some out on the side, as they say, right?
Yeah. And we founded Cloud Essence a long time, like a year and a half ago, and not far afterwards, it was acquired by Contrast Security.
And it was from what I understood, one of the fastest acquisitions in Israeli history.
Well, one of them probably. Yeah, we can elaborate on that.
We'll go into it in a little bit. And Itai, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you're also involved in the whole venture?
Right. So I'm today managing the development of Contrast in Israel, basically, and mostly like the product that we're building that was part of the acquisition. Met Ram and joined him with Tal as we founded Cloud Essence, and before that my background is development management, mainly on the cloud. I've been developing a lot of big, high-scale cloud SaaS applications in the security domain.
Cool. So it's like you're like the tech guy basically here. They're the brains behind the technology a little bit. Okay, very, very cool. So, I'd love to kind of dive into, first and foremost, what do you guys see as the primary threats right now in, the cybersecurity market when it comes to cloud security specifically, and how are you guys, kind of developing solutions to answer them?
Right, yeah.
Want me to start? So, I think there's like the move from, and we basically protect applications that's our main.
That's your main bread and butter, we can say.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the move from on-prem applications into the cloud is not just a shift and lift, right? It's basically you rebuild and you re-architect your application.
Okay.
So it's built much differently than it used to be built. Sure. And basically, when you use the power and the strength and the capabilities of the cloud, what you want to do is distribute a lot of the features. You use a lot of microservices, containers, serverless applications, and you also build on top of the actual infrastructure of the cloud. So things that were once a small, one big piece are now distributed to maybe 100 of very small pieces that use a lot of services that communicate between them.
Right, so, it's no longer just centralized data, as they said yesterday, floor -1 with the servers, right? It's a little bit more decentralized in that sense.
It's much more, and it uses a lot of the cloud infrastructure as part of it. So you can't really distinguish an application between what's the code base in it and the infrastructure. They're totally intertwined.
Interesting.
Right?
Okay.
The application is built from the services that we use in the cloud and the code that we actually develop, and we try a lot of times when we build cloud native applications to use as much as possible from the services that the cloud providers provide, and they provide a lot, and they just keep on providing more and more. So today, understanding the security of an application is much more complex. You need to understand the flows. You need to understand all those different components. You need to understand what are we actually, what are the application is actually using, and also in the past it was much easier to know what's the perimeter, so we could basically
kind of encircle it and get there and put the firewall. If
But
you will,
today it's much more complex. So you can have an storage that triggers an event that's actually sort of an edge within the system that could be an attack surface. So things are much more complex, and I think that complexity obviously brings a lot of additional.
More complexity makes it harder. Do you also find that
it also makes, you can see a lot of companies doing cloud security? That's because of complexity. It's not like
there you go.
one checkpoint doing firewall and maybe some more companies doing that like 25 years ago. Now you have segments of cybersecurity and cybersecurity in the cloud.
So you're kind of saying like the reason why there's kind of this like plethora of cloud security companies is because really everyone is getting a different niche, a different segment of the industry.
Yeah.
Do you find, Ram, from your experience that companies today are much more susceptible when they're on the cloud than in previous days when it was, on-prem kind of development?
Well, I do think there is, I'd say, well, I don't know if that's very politically good to say, but yeah, I was coming from the QA world for 15 years, right?
Okay.
And in the beginning we said, in like 20 years ago, we were talking about, hey, 0 bugs or almost to 0 bugs. And today we are saying it's okay to have bugs in production. It's just, matter of how critical they are and so on. And I think it's also the same with cybersecurity threats or vulnerabilities. Companies understand they cannot fix all vulnerabilities, but they need to fix what matters, what's important, right?
Okay.
What's going to affect them, what's going to affect their customers. And I think this is also one of the things that we see today in these companies, and like also in contrast. In contrast, that is super important. We basically focus on what matters. So it's not that if we're going to provide you thousands of vulnerabilities that you might not do anything with that, just too much. We try to focus on what matters and kind of present that to you in a way it will be easier for you to fix.
And how do you guys, I guess, prioritize what matters, right? Because to everyone it's a little different, sure.
Right.
It's like I might have, I'm developing here, I have this one issue. You're developing here, Ram has his own idea, he has another issue. And how do you guys kind of get what you guys are telling me, this super complicated,
I think that's
infrastructure?
the story of false positive, and I like Itai explain that.
Okay.
So
go back to the tech guy.
So it's exactly a bit of what I mentioned before. So we look at the wider context. So we don't just divide and look only on your code resources or only on your infrastructures. And a lot of times you see, and in each one of those places, like in your code you could have vulnerabilities, in your third parties you can have vulnerabilities,
of course.
In your infrastructure you could have vulnerabilities. But to understand what is really impacting you, you need to look at the wider picture.
So basically not just focus on
one aspect,
okay.
Exactly.
Sure.
So by tying all of them together and also saying that we're focusing only on the very high, most evident sort of vulnerabilities that we find, we can usually give a very, a good prioritize or understand what's really impact you in the immediate sort of term.
I have customers telling me, don't find us academic vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
I remember this term.
What does that mean?
Well, I think that basically means it is a vulnerability, but we're going to do nothing with it. Like
because it's so beyond us, or high level, or what?
Yeah, because maybe it's just buried somewhere that no one can actually access it, and trigger it. We don't need, because we're going to do nothing with that. Just find us real vulnerabilities that are going to impact us.
So like actionable things that I can actually say, okay, this is wrong, going back to the drawing board, or this is wrong, let me fix this.
Yeah.
So what have you guys noticed as, let's say, patterns? Because I imagine that you guys have clients, everyone has an issue. What are the patterns that you're realizing that are kind of developing right now in the space, in terms of your own areas that you're saying, oh, people are having a lot of issues with third party, people are having, something differently, whatever it is, what are the patterns that you're kind of looking at?
So I think one thing that we're clearly seeing is the difficulty in mastering all the different permissions and access rights within the cloud.
Interesting.
That's something that's very difficult to a lot of developers, right? And we see them struggling around that. And a lot of times what they do is they sort of give up and they sort of give a very wide permission access.
Really?
Because there's so many permissions out there. There's thousands, and you need to really understand every bits and bytes in order to understand and give it sort of the list privilege.
Sure.
And it does mean that you'll need to do a bit more, like, do the extra mile.
For sure.
And a lot of time when we're developing stuff, we want to bring them quickly to the customer, give them fast value. So sometimes we see that's being sort of left off or not as secure as we would expect it to be.
Really? That seems very interesting to me, that developers specifically kind of open up the permissions this wide, right? Because it seems like almost counterintuitive. You're the developer, you want to keep your code close. You want to keep everything inside. I mean, what's
you do, but sometimes you don't really understand, like, what's the overall, impact from doing that. My code works, basically, I'm securing my code, but I don't understand around maybe lateral movement within the cloud. So by allowing permissive access, an attacker could potentially access from this first, component and move within the system until he accesses stuff that may be much more important or confident and get access to other stuff.
For sure. Now, do you also, when you guys are working with these companies, are you guys actually actively fixing things for them?
Well, we're not fixing. I don't think too many developers will let you actually touch their code, but we try to show them a remediation. Like, if you take this, kind of copy-paste this, this will help you to remediate your vulnerability. And that's really actionable for them, right?
Okay.
I want to go back to your question, like trends, what we see with companies,
for sure.
and kind of take it at one level higher.
Please.
So we are focusing today on what we call serverless application security or serverless architecture.
Okay.
Itai spoke about that, kind of the architecture, but we do see a lot of companies moving to the cloud and using serverless because of the reasons Itai just mentioned before.
Sure.
One of them would be probably develop faster, deploy faster, do it simpler, and all of that. And of course, that brings a lot of complexity, not just permissions, but a lot of other complexities.
Sure.
We see a lot of companies using a lot of open source third-party services or platform services, right? And that's, again, much more complexity.
Sure.
Now, moving to serverless is a new kind of blue ocean. There are not a lot of companies today providing cybersecurity or application security specifically for serverless architecture.
Okay.
And one of the trends that you see today is a lot of companies trying to do something around that.
Okay.
Right? When we built Cloud the Essence, before acquisition, we were thinking of build something that will simplify the way developer develop code, a secure code, while development for serverless. So specifically for serverless, specifically for developers.
Very interesting.
We try to give the entire spectrum of security for these developers.
Okay.
So yeah, we are all into serverless today. This is where we see the market is growing, and this is where we are trying to grow our solution.
So you're saying, though, that a lot of companies aren't, it's kind of growing, right? But it's not there right now. So where is like the main serverless kind of industry?
We do have a customer who has millions of Lambda functions.
Okay.
Right? We do not support yet millions of Lambda functions. Don't get me wrong. But
you're getting there.
But we're getting there. We do see companies with hundreds of Lambda functions per applications. And we do see companies with, as I said, 1,000, 10,000, and even this one, which is a giant customer, who has, lots of applications and more than 3 million Lambda functions, and that's huge. But yeah, customers or companies or corporates started a few years ago already to move to serverless, and we see more adoption today. I think in North America, you would think, yeah.
Yeah, but we see also in Europe customers, right? So
it's probably like a little all over the world. You probably have some markets that are a little stronger, I imagine.
Exactly.
North American, simply because of the resources and the time and whatever, might be doing it a little bit more. Now, when you guys are kind of looking, to scale up, right? Because obviously, you guys were acquired. Now you're here with Contrast Security. You guys are obviously looking to scale up your offerings, right? Otherwise, no acquisition, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you guys see as kind of future updates, for Contra Security? Where are you guys kind of headed in the future right now? Beyond, maybe it's serverless, maybe it's adding more functions, but what else is there?
Yeah. So first of all, Contrast today, we're developing right around serverless security, but Contrast today is a platform that basically provides all the different layers and levels of security, including protection within the cloud itself. And that's basically the goal, is to sort of allow you, and people are looking for consolidation today. They want to be, there's so many tools, and there's not as many security experts and people that can actually manage and maintain all those tools. So
it's hard to choose. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm even walking around here and I'm just like, whoa, which one do I go to? This guy, the next guy,
Right, exactly. So the goal is to allow people to sort of, be a tool that will be able to give you security over all of your sort of workloads and protection.
Sure.
That's one thing. Another thing I want to add is like we talked about the change in technology,
right?
But that change also has an impact in the change in the process and how we develop today, right?
Okay.
Things move much faster. You deploy almost once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day, depending exactly where you are within your sort of agile maturity.
Sure.
So that also has a lot of impact on the overall security, because you can't sort of block things in the way, right? You have to be a tool that's part of your overall pipeline. You have to be very fast and give results almost immediately. And that's another thing that we're very conscious about and working on within Contrast, is to be as shift left as possible and be part of your development pipeline and within your tools, and be very developer friendly.
Okay, that's a very interesting part too, the whole developer friendly part, because that's something that I actually feel is not being addressed in many aspects of the market right now. A lot of people have kind of what I would say larger data issues, or it's to manage their business infrastructure, or to even manage maybe you as a consumer dealing with cloud, but you guys are dealing with that developer friendly thing. Have you guys noticed, from, I ask it in a kind of a funny way, but like, have you guys noticed a very good reaction from developers that you guys are working with? Do they kind of come back to you and want to grow the business with you? Do they have their own ideas?
Yeah.
What's the response?
Well, basically, I think the first wow effect that we receive, from demoing or POVing with our customers is a wow from the developer. It's if you look at the solution we are building for serverless, it's super easy to deploy. It takes like 3 minutes. You don't have to be a professional application security, expert to deploy that security solution. It's simple. It's right there, and it just works.
Right.
And then once you deploy that, after 5 minutes, you already received results.
Okay.
And then we also show you, if you find relevant vulnerabilities, we can also show you how to fix that, as I said before.
Right, as you brought
So for
up.
developer, that's super easy. Just there, it lives in the back office or in the background of the development, in the environment, and every time a developer deploys something new to the environment, whether a fix, a new update, or even a configuration change, we automatically understand what changed. We automatically run our static scans, dynamic scans, simulations. We understand the context of what changed and what can be impacted. And if we find vulnerability, then we alert or notify the developer. So basically, they can just work, do their best, and we'll be there to protect them.
You're their best friend.
On runtime. We are the best friend of developers.
I mean, honestly, if I could fix your branding right there, best friend of the developers, that's what it sounds like right there. I mean, really, it's incredible, because it really sounds like you're answering something that's not really being answered right now for these developers in many ways. So I find that, incredibly interesting. Now, one of the other things I want to bring up with you guys right now is how are you guys, in the Israeli ecosystem, kind of how do you guys involve yourselves here? Because obviously Israel being a major tech powerhouse, having a lot of talent, there's a lot of opportunity here. At the same time, we have, the critical issue of brain drain and people outsourcing and all that stuff. How are you guys interacting with the Israeli cybertech ecosystem these days? And don't all answer at once.
Well, I can start. Look, we have been acquired here 3 months ago, right? We grew from 3 people in Israel to 23 people in Israel.
Okay.
We are growing in a rapid pace. We are still looking and hiring people. So this is, if anyone looking at us, we are looking for great developers.
You heard it here. You heard it
here.
Here.
Yeah, of course. We have open positions. Itai can elaborate later. Basically, more senior parts, but senior positions. But yeah, we are growing in Israel. I think about the kind of, but we are still, in a growing phase, I would say, right?
Okay.
We are kind of a startup within a larger startup company. We're
Sure.
about, we didn't say, we are around 20 developers in Israel.
Sure.
This is the R&D of serverless solution, but we
Okay.
are part of a 400 people company.
Spread throughout the
Contrast.
world.
Around the world, Cybersecurity has around 250 corporates, Fortune 500 corporate, Fortune 1000 corporates, mostly in North America.
That are working with you.
With us, customers.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow, very cool.
It's a very growing, a very good company to be with, and we are currently very much, putting our efforts in growing our Israeli site with great team to deliver, the promise that we gave.
No, for sure.
Yeah, by the end of, leave me 1 minute in the end to put some kind of an announcement here, but let's wait for that.
Don't worry, we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
Now, also, when you guys are here, let's say at Cybertech, there's a bunch of cloud solutions out there, a bunch of cloud security, as we've been saying now, throughout the interview. How do you guys find yourself positioned against them? Because at the end of the day, there is a lot of competition in the cloud space. There are a lot of solutions. There is a lot of saturation of the market. So where do you guys kind of stack up compared to the guys here at Cybertech?
So I think that one of the things is, again, because of sort of, we do a lot of similar stuff, but we're not a CSP, like we're not a cloud security poster management.
Sure.
That's not what we do. And there aren't a lot of companies today that have that sort of capabilities
Sure.
of actually finding vulnerabilities within your pipeline, within your code, and tying them into the overall understanding of the application and understanding the flow. That's something that we do that's very unique. Actually,
Right.
I don't think there's any other company that has that sort of capability of a context engine.
Very cool.
Yeah, so I think in that sense we're very different, but also in a lot of senses we are targeting the application security testing market. So and when you build your application security, you want something to protect your workload,
right?
But you also want to find the vulnerabilities before they're actually deployed. And in that area, as Ram mentioned, we're sort of in a blue ocean like market. There's not that much competition there.
So would you guys consider yourselves kind of like a proactive cloud defense type of solution, or is that being a little too conjectury?
Well, I don't know about proactive. We do have some proactive defense. Maybe I'll take it. Cybersecurity has a platform, 5 different solutions. We are only one of them. The one we are speaking about is a serverless solution. It's a new kid in the block.
Right.
It's a new technology, new architecture. It's the one we are developing in Israel, right?
Okay.
But we have 4 other, products in that platform. The main product is an IAST, interactive application security testing solution.
Okay.
Probably the first one in the market, I think. And this solution is very, very different from other solutions.
Okay.
And maybe the main difference would be most of current solution. I'm mostly talking about SAST. SAST is a static code analysis,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Static application.
Right.
Most of them, when they look at the code, when they scan the code, they would probably find a lot of vulnerabilities. Some of them, as we said before, are not very relevant.
Okay.
What we call false positive.
Okay.
And with contrast assess, you would be focusing on only real issues, only real vulnerabilities, and that's because of the way that we scan the code. We actually have some kind of sensors. We use something called instrumentation, and we have some kind of sensors within your code. So every time the developer codes something and tests themselves, we actually there to see, if we can find a vulnerability, and that can impact,
Can we go a little deeper into this instrumentation aspect? I know it's probably the little key there, right? So I don't know how deep we can go, but let's do it very briefly, and then I'll let you have your final announcement.
Okay.
So basically what we do, as Imran mentioned, one of the big problems is how do we remove false positives? How can we be very, very accurate and give you the findings that you actually need to fix? And the idea is by actually inspecting your stack and looking at what's running within your application, we can actually see and identify, is this a real problem or is it not, and do it before you actually deploy it to production. So we can catch it and use your existing tests whatever you already run in order to identify and be very highly accurate about is this a real vulnerability or not. That's part of.
That's it. That's the kosher part that you can tell me about,
Yeah.
right? So, Ram, you said you had one final announcement. We're coming to the end. I know it's been a fun podcast and everything like that, a little video cast, we want to call it. So,
yeah, and you are so energetic. I mean, you're like, that's great.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's great. So, yeah, I just wanted, to share with you and everybody watching us. It's not just that we are growing and we are hiring. It's not just that we were acquired and we kind of put that, hey, we want to build an R&D in Israel. We want to build a big team in Israel and be very central in the Contrast team at all. Now we also decided to open sales team in Israel as well.
Wow, very cool.
Contrast is looking at Israel as a major place to develop, next generation product, but now also looking at Israel as actually, a new territory. So Contrast already have one or two customers, not announced yet. I'm not going to announce them yet, but the announcement today, I think that's for the first time actually. We are opening a sales, site in Israel, and to all our corporates, Israeli corporates, we are ready to meet you as well.
Amazing, amazing. Well, congratulations on that. I wish you guys only success, really. It sounds very, very innovative, very cool, and really wish you guys the best here. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
a lot.
Bye-bye.
It's great.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Super, super interesting, really. You guys were also great guests. You guys flew, everything was amazing. So we're good.
Thanks.
Stay.
We have all witnessed the inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
What's your name?
Yossi Schneck.
Yossi Schneck.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Heard a lot about you.
Yeah.
We're live? All right, so Yossi, welcome to this live studio at Cybertech Global 2022.
Thank you.
We're very excited to have you here. I'd love for you to give, just like a brief introduction about who you are, what you're representing, obviously, a big deal. And I think a few people might have heard of you a few times, so we'll go there. And then we'll just, go into kind of how you guys are supporting, the cybersecurity ecosystem here in Israel and take it from there.
Okay. So I'm former Senior Vice President of Information Communication and Chief Cyber Officer of the Israel Electric Utility, or
Very
Israel
cool.
Corporation.
Okay.
I actually retired and I stayed in the company, and we founded a new department that is actually dealing with development of cyber tools and issues and services. Based on our huge experience that we have in protecting critical infrastructures. And we also are partnering with a company that is called CyberGym.
Okay.
Okay, that is actually expert in training. And together we are called today CyberGym IEC, CyberGym Israel Electric.
Well, that's a mouthful, but I like it anyways.
Yeah.
So, it's funny, I also talked to Soren earlier,
yeah.
And we got a little bit of an understanding of what CyberGym is, but I'd love to understand kind of this, we could call it this mechanism that you opened up within an electric utility company to help develop cybersecurity, enterprises. Why did you guys do that? What was the reason?
Look, there are two reasons. One is very simple. It's additional business development of a company. So it's additional revenues, additional
Sure.
and everything. But the main reason, and maybe you don't believe it, but we would like to take care about the good guys' strengths of cyber.
Okay.
And we are sometimes very warned that they are not so strong and not so good. And
Okay.
And we have to enforce this because we see the new war field, the new criticality of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure
Sure.
is going to be the next war. And
Really?
you can already see it actually even in Ukraine today.
Right.
That the first step that actually Russia has done was attacking
Right, they took down a
cyber.
bunch of sites,
yeah.
they wiped
so,
hard
so
drives.
we see that there is a huge danger if the companies, the critical infrastructure companies, like utilities, water utilities, electric utilities, will not be prepared enough.
Well, we also saw it, not too long ago here in Israel with the water company, with Iran
it's
trying
the same.
to break in.
So it's supporting my opinion that it's going to be more and more used because, at the end of the day, I call cyber the ultimate weapon.
Right.
Because it's much, first of all, cheaper than the conventional tools like aeroplanes and rockets and everything.
Right.
And in second hand, it's also something that the preparation for it can be actually underground.
Interesting.
Because if you are taking a conventional army and you prepare tanks and aeroplanes, in today's intelligence you can see it. But if you are preparing something for a serious cyber attack, it can be done most of the time that nobody even knows that something is happening.
Right, you're sitting in your
and
room
you are sitting somewhere
Exactly.
in the world. So and this is an end. So this is the main passion. We want make the good guys better.
Well, I love it too because, at the end of the day, a lot of people, they consider a utilities company as, a utilities company. It's a little old-fashioned. It's the guy who I have to pay my bills to at the end of the day, right? And it's, very unique for you guys to kind of take that whole innovative approach and almost go from the true, Israel startup nation and starting these guys up. Now, when you are offering support to these different initiatives, what do you guys help them with?
Actually, two main streams or three main domains. One, and you said you already talked about it, is training.
Okay.
Training is basis for everything. If you don't train and you suddenly meet the first time when you are already compromised or under attack, you will not succeed.
Of course.
So training.
Okay.
The second thing is actually how you involve additional entities in the company to take responsibility and to take accountability to the cyber actions in the company. How you prepare yourself, how you act actually during a compromise, and even more important, how you recover at the end if you are compromised. So actually the first stream is different consulting, assessment, maturity assessment, professional assessment of companies, planning of different things. We founded a unique model of what we call cyber organization. We are measuring with KPI, with real deterministic...
Real growth mechanisms.
Your growth and your professionality and availability. The second thing, we found different issues that in the critical infrastructure or the OT world are problematic. For example, in the OT world, most of the companies don't have a test environment.
Really? So you guys provide them a test environment?
Yeah, so we build a tool. We build a tool. It's called Sofix Zone that we actually provide. We are able to provide them tailored to their OT system environment that they can test their systems, not only cyber-wise, but also operational-wise.
Got you.
So those are the things. So we have broad portfolio of things that we are using, all based on our huge experience for the last 26 years. Actually, we are fighting the danger of cybersecurity, or before it was called data security, but it's all together.
No, and so when you guys, this whole kind of innovative approach, how are you guys interacting with the other branches in Israel that deal with this? We had sitting here earlier was, Nati Cohen from, the starter of the whole, cyber directorate. Yesterday we had, the head of, I think, the cyber directorate here as well. There's a lot of different people involved. There's a lot of different, hands in the pocket. You guys as a national electric utility, there has to be a lot of collaboration. How are you guys all working together? And if not, why not?
So first of all, yes.
Okay.
I will
put the knot on the side.
I will remove the knot on the side.
Okay.
Second thing, we were one of the first organizations that actually, when the national security entity was founded, it was actually in the first years it was entity of Shabak, of the secret services. Okay, we were actually partnering with this entity where they built the whole theory and everything. So we don't see it only as somebody that is regulated by them. We are actually cooperating until today in very, very efficient way. We are actually exchanging information. We were one of the first companies that we streamed to the National Control Center our situation.
You gave them the
because
whole access.
We
basically.
gave them the access, so we streamed to them the picture of our security, of our cybersecurity. Why?
Right.
Because we are actually the seat of almost every life process in Israel.
I would say almost everything.
Yeah,
you know.
electricity,
Yeah.
and don't forget the additional things. We in Israel are an electrical island.
Right. Okay.
We don't have, like in Europe or the United States, any support of supply of electricity supply from our neighbors.
Right.
So if something is not working here,
it's us.
It's us.
Right.
It's us. It's only your responsibility. You don't have any backup, any ability to recover. So you have to be sure that you protect yourself as much and as smart as possible on one way. And again, I am saying, because if somebody says you that, you can be quiet, we are fully protected, hear me, don't believe him.
Don't believe him.
Don't believe him. There is always chance that you are compromised. So we are investing a lot also that if you are compromised, you are able to recover with minimal consequences.
Well, see, that I love to hear, because at the end of the day, I think when you have this kind of collaboration and then you're able to also kind of bring it in this whole national perspective, and you're helping the little guy and the good guy, I think it's only here for success.
Last thing, if you want, I'm always saying that I am jealous about the adversaries group, and why?
Okay.
Because if you are looking how they are cooperating with each other, actually transferring information, transferring techniques, transferring everything, I am jealous, because we good guys still don't know how to do it. And this is the main action we should do. If we will cooperate and actually share the information, knowledge, and everything, we will jump few levels of our abilities to protect ourselves.
Amazing, amazing. Yossi, I want to say thank you so much for coming onto this live studio. Really interesting. I'm very excited to hear that the Israeli Electric Company is basically really involved in trying to help the little guy grow these initiatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Mr. Yoel.
The inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
Paradigms and tools in order to secure their cloud environment, and I think that made their life very arduous, complex, and they weren't successful in doing that effectively. Right. And I think that what we've realized is, one, cloud security has to be agentless. Agentless in the sense that you cannot rely on agents deployed because the cloud is ephemeral, it's elastic, it contains multiple architectures. You can think about serverless, containers, VMs, PaaS. You cannot rely on an agent to secure it. So that's the first thing that we realize has to be to happen, and it's frictionless without the agents. Now, the second thing is the context. Think about the level of understanding that you need to understand like a security issue. It's not about a vulnerability on a resource. It's actually understanding that you have a vulnerable Jenkins machine that is internet facing, has access to admin permissions, and this is what you need to actually fix. That's a context that is missing so much. So only by working with customers, understanding this from their perspective, we were able to come up with a solution that, as you mentioned, picked up, I think, the fastest growing security company ever, is what allowed us. And with that, I also want to thank you because the same way that we are working with customers, you are working with us as a customer. And I think that the ability to work with your teams on building the solution and getting like the cloud technologies that we use to extreme, this is what made us also successful. And you were there to listen to us and like go with us through the scale. So I think that, again, we do share this customer focus, and thank you for that partnership.
Yeah, listening to customers, to what they tell you is always a good practice. So we are doing that always, and you guys are doing that, and it's proving itself. Thank you for that, Inon. You know, based on a conversation with customers, are there any emerging trends that you've identified and you would like to share with us today?
Yeah, so absolutely. I think that the first thing we are seeing is actually you called it tectonic shift. It's a tectonic shift from waiting for the bad guys to come and detecting them, so from detection to secure by design. I think there is a lot more focus on secure by design, a lot more like a maturity in the space to do things right at the get-go rather than fixing after the fact. So I think this is a tectonic shift. We saw a lot of efforts on shift left. We realized that shift left by itself is very hard to do. We need to be able to look all of the time at the result on the right and then implement the same the capabilities in the left, but knowing what is the end result. So I think this secure by design concept is critical as an emerging trend, and you can see the shift in how organizations think about it. The second thing is also around what I call from a centralized security organization to a self-service security that allows not only the security is responsible for the things, but also every single team has a way to self-serve and understand how to build things right. So I think these two trends are what really defines security today. And I think that with that, I also maybe getting your guidance, and that's a question back to you. What would you recommend as a leading cloud services provider globally? What would you recommend from AWS as the top tips to help customers remain secure in the cloud?
Right. It's a great question that I get asked pretty often from customers, from partners. What are the tips that we at Amazon Web Services have to share? And I'll share a few. First, you need to build a culture of security in the organization. Cybersecurity is not somebody else's responsibility or not a responsibility of one guy in the organization or in a group. It's the entire organization's responsibility. Make sure that it's one of the foundations of the culture of the organization. It's everybody's responsible. It's on top of the agenda. So I'll say putting security as part of the culture of the organization, I think it's super important. In addition, I'll advise any organization, regardless of the size, whether it's a startup or an enterprise, to implement a backup strategy. Be ready for the day that you need to have a backup. Make sure that everything is prepared and plan ahead of time. You never know what will happen, and it's always good to be prepared and to have all your processes, all your tools ready. In the event that something unexpected happens, you have a plan, you have a program to move forward. Last and not least, automate security tasks. Try to automate as many as possible, as much as possible as your security processes. Try to leave as less as you can to manual process to avoid the risk of a human doing an error. So, I have more tips, but our time is over. I would like to thank you so much, Inon, for your time, to thank everybody for listening to us, and I wish you all a very successful event and conference. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you very much.
you
cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls.
Welcome back, everyone, to Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022. As you see, the pavilion here keeps filling up with people, with so many people from around the world, all ages, all specialties. It's really quite the event. We've had a number of interesting guests as well in the live studio. Actually, recently we had as they talk about the instrumentation method they use when actually developing, helping developers develop in the cloud and deploy faster. And now we are actually on our way to one of the staples of what I would call the Israeli cybertech, cybersecurity, cyber defense industry, CyberArk, a major player in the field, one that actually even has IPO and has been very successful in its growth over the years. We're actually going to get to speak with the head of the company, Udi, and he's going to get to tell us a little bit about more what they're about and what they're doing. So let's go focus on Udi and see what we can do. Where is Udi? In the meantime, as we wait for Udi from CyberArk to come and join us for talk a little bit about what CyberArk's doing and how they're impacting the Israeli ecosystem. You know, one of the very interesting things that I want to talk about in regards to contrast security was their whole element of how they were trying to really find a audience for their technology. Contrast security is really trying to help developers pinpoint issues and vulnerabilities and threats before they even deploy, kind of helping them in the whole coding process, and especially when dealing now with the whole cloud infrastructure, which complicates things much more than an on-prem type of development situation. I mean, you're talking about total changes in the way people do business, and not only people do business, but how they develop products and solutions in the future. So their whole ability to kind of do that is very unique in the space. We have right now here, as we've been seeing even when we've been interviewing people, a lot of people in the cloud security space and cloud security space that are dealing more either with consumer cloud security or are dealing more with storage or other type of data points. We are talking here with Contrast Security about something that answers the developers' needs and that answers people who are in the space and need help when they're actually developing and can actually even get advice for how to change it, for how to make, as they're developing, how to change the code, how to change things that might be labeled as vulnerabilities in the code. So that in and of itself is actually a very interesting move, and I'm happy that we were able to bring it up and go deeper into it, another element of cloud security that up until today we haven't really gotten into. So that in and of itself is very unique. And here we are actually going to be talking to CyberArk's basically leader here, Udi, who is going to join us hopefully very soon, and we will move there shortly. In the meantime, you can actually just take a little look at the whole booth itself. Kind of see this whole very nice setup. We can take a little bit of the logo, kind of see the whole situation, even a nice little video. And one of the things that I actually loved was this. I'm going to go over here, obviously a little bit of a cramped seat, as you said, tons of people here, tons of growth, tons of development, but I wanted to actually just take a little video of this because I thought this was actually very, very strong, this whole statement right here. We're going to get in there as a few people move around for us. But we have this statement here, security that knows you but doesn't slow you. And one of the things that I find specifically interesting to do. 1 second. Go someplace else? Yeah. And we're going to move to someplace else in the meantime, away from CyberArk, because as we know, everyone is very busy, everyone has their schedules. So we're going to just kind of go wander around. We're going to find some other interesting people to talk to, perhaps. One of the actual very interesting things that I've found here, too, is the whole element of how students are involved and how academia is involved in the whole cybersecurity and cyber defense industry in Israel in general, but also around the world. You know, we have some major players in the space and some major major players in the space here, and in Israel, no doubt, the ecosystem is very, very strong, very growing, very developing. And at the end of the day, you know, really the future generation is based largely out of schools and based largely out of the army. And we kind of can see that whole change of how the future generation is developing and becoming a greater asset to the whole cybersecurity and cyber defense industry. So here we're going to get to maybe talk with some people of one of the leading Israeli universities here, Ben Gurion University. We're going to get to talk to them a little bit how they are involved in the cybersecurity space. Hi guys, can we talk to you a little bit about what's going on in Ben Gurion, about how you guys help cybersecurity, cyber defense? Who? We would love to just interview you. We're part of Cybertech Global Live.
So can we do it later? Because
We can do it later. Sounds good. We'll walk around. As you can tell, academia never stops. So they always have to keep walking around and doing their thing. So we're going to keep walking around this whole area, and we're going to keep finding some new things. Again, you know, one of the elements that I think is so strong about the cybersecurity field is really the level of international collaboration that goes on here. You know, one of the very interesting aspects of cybersecurity is how in the world you can have greater collaboration, international collaboration amongst both private and public sector elements. You know, how do governments fit into the whole crowd? How do basically private sector companies fit into the whole situation, and how they can combine together to kind of create new entities that may help in securing cloud environments, that might go in securing potential threats and vulnerabilities. We also had, as we know, the head of the Israel Electric Company here too, who was talking about infrastructure and how they're working together with larger organizations and bodies to do that. So there's a very interesting growth mechanism here when we think about that in terms of that whole change and move. Let us go potentially over here to ProLogic, and let's see what these guys are up to in the sphere. Hey guys, you guys are here. Are you ProLogic? Awesome. Can we talk to you guys a little bit about what you guys are doing? Cool. Who here wants to talk? You guys seem all so eager. Well, we'll take both of you then. We can have a little mix. Maybe you guys support each other a little bit. So, listen, what we're here for, we're from Cybertech Global Live, okay, and we're here just to try to understand a little bit about what you guys do and what you guys are about. So, if you could give us maybe briefly, first of all, who am I talking with?
I'm Liron. Nice to meet you.
Inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get
established a democratic cyber alliance. And it's been too long that many of us here in Israel were primarily concerned with the level of our technology, but not too often concerned with the values and the hands in which we are selling the technologies in terms of value systems and what we're doing. And I think that right now it's time that the US, but maybe Israel as well, as sort of the second country in the world that sells cybersecurity products around the world, I think that each and every one of you, entrepreneurs, investors, geniuses that are inventing things, need to take a stand on where is it that you sell your technology to. Because if we don't wake up, militarily, they will run all over you. But if we don't wake up, from a cyber standpoint, there's already interventions in countries' elections, whether it's the US or France or Brexit or even Israel or Germany. But the next intervention is not only invasion physically, but it's also an interventions on the rights of individuals, democracy, and the kind of values that so many of us share, but not always remember to bring this forward in our cyber dealings around the world.
And I'm curious, can you speak also a bit about the way we can use technology to enable democracies to do what they need to do to protect that set of values you just mentioned, and then to block the authoritarian regimes instead of the people who live under those authoritarian regimes? And as that maybe connect to a SWIFT system or a NATO system, as you mentioned earlier, what can be done in that way that makes it a smart system that will reward and punish those who need to be?
That's actually a great question, Shira, because we're seeing the need to block the bad guys, the crooks, the people who smuggle people and money and smuggle money into terrorist organizations. And so now there's a demand in the world to block dictators and the people that support them financially. Well, with the current system, the SWIFT system, it's very difficult to do. It's very difficult to see what's kosher. And we need the next generation of the SWIFT and the money transfer systems that will have the kind of artificial intelligence, deep learning, and understanding who the people are. You know, one of our companies that we're very proud of is Tetarray. Tetarray, and Mark Gazita is sitting here, is actually building a system with cross-border payments which understands and creates a highway for people who are good, normative, and wants to operate between countries. Because today, transferring money between countries, not only in war times, but also in times of peace, is not so easy. But if you don't have information about the guy or the individual that comes from a bank from a country you don't know, it's very hard to know whether they're kosher or not. And the regular systems which have rule-based systems which are based on the databases of those organizations are not available in real time. So what is it that we need? We need a circle of trust, and we need a way and technology in order to guess, quote unquote, the person or the entity or the organization that's on the other side, whether they are normative, kosher, or whether they're trying to create any harm according to our value system. So whether it's Bank Santander or BNP Paribas in France, or whether it's Crédit Agricole or Citibank in the US, when they receive money transfers from other places around the world, instead of blocking Russia as a blanket, if this is something that the international community wants to do, they can identify those people that are creating harm, the dictators, those who support him, and the other people which are living their day-to-day lives. We have so many people from the Ukrainian, from the Russian community here in Israel that are friends, that are working together, and that we want to enable them to work together still. So the people who are abiding by certain principles and abiding by certain standards can operate. The people who try to hack the system, to monitor their own citizens in a way that is not legitimate, and to do things which are harmful to the freedom of individuals and the freedom of other countries need to be addressed. And if we wake up together, there's some of the brightest cyber minds here in the world, and add another value system between right and wrong, not just between the high end of technology and the low end of technology, then I think that all of you will find that you have the power to make a difference in creating an international cyber alliance which doesn't only bring the best technologies, but brings our value system to operate in a way that would secure a world which is freer and says no to those who want to infringe those freedoms.
And so does that infrastructure for a highway that would be regulated, does that exist, or would we have to start from scratch?
Well, I think a lot of it already exists. Every country has a CERT, a cyber emergency center that can bring the banks together, the energy companies together, the different sectors, the healthcare system together. But what we need is a circle of trust between the certs in each of these countries in a way that is creating the kind of cooperation that you have within a country's cert on the international level. And these levels, I mean, what did we have? We had an intervention in democratic countries' elections in the last 5 or 6 years in Germany, in the Brexit, in the US, in a variety of places in France. And first of all, you protect democracy, right? If people choose, they need to be able to choose freely. The other thing that you need to protect, besides just the large organizations, is to protect the freedoms of the individuals. Yes, you need to use the kind of systems like NSO has, but in the hands of governments that you trust, which has a due process procedure that when there's harm, they know how to address it. But they're addressing it not because of a political rivalry, but they're addressing it because of real harm, and a real, whether it's terror or whether it's other harm that people are trying to make, governments can use it. But you need to be opinionated about what governments you're selling it to, and they need to opt into a certain value system that all of us should agree on with the leadership of the US, where the participation of Israel, of NATO, of other countries in Asia that abide by democracy, because otherwise we're going to find ourselves being taken advantage of because people who attack with cyber have much more means than the people who try to protect from it.
Thanks so much, Erel.
Thank you.
And now, first of all, thank you very much, Shira and Erel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce an old friend. And actually, I may call him associate founder or co-founder because he was standing at the cradle of this event, Professor Dan Bloomberg, who was very instrumental in developing the whole high-tech and cyber ecosystem around the University of Beersheba, Ben Gurion University. Mr. Bloomberg, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Toda raba. Can you hear me? Yeah? So thank you, Yossi. Thank you to all the speakers before me. I need to see, oh, it's up. I've been given a tough and what might be a rough job today. The tough part is that I was asked to give some closing remarks to the session. Now, closing a session of 4 hours in 4 minutes is pretty difficult, so I won't do that. The part that might be rough is that I'm almost between you and lunch. There's going to be another panel over here. That can get rough. And the last thing is that I'm supposed to also replace our MC, Yossi Valdi, as we move along, and that's really a difficult job. So thank you, Yossi, for everything you did this morning. He cannot hear me any longer, but we still thank him. I'm Dan Bloomberg. I'm a professor at Ben Gurion University of the Negev in Beersheba. To all the Israelis, that's far away from here. To all the foreigners, it's almost a neighborhood of Tel Aviv. We're 1 hour outside of Tel Aviv, and we've been leading much of the cyber academic ecosystem, actually since inception, before it was even called cybersecurity, since 2004. As a university professor, I'm not going to dwell on everything that was said this morning, even though I was given the task of summarizing 4 hours. All I want to say is that we've been hearing a lot about threats, and those threats are growing. We started off years ago talking about stealing personal records, identity theft, and so on. The data breaches. We heard about this morning. We heard about APIs. We heard about ADPs, and so on. We're also hearing much more about state actors playing an increased role. I really love the picture where Nadav Tzafel.
We have all witnessed the inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, there's still
clients. We don't have any client in Israel. All our clients are in the US and Europe. And
we'll have to get some clients here eventually.
No, it's a policy to have it out of Israel.
Really? Why is that?
Israel is a very crowded market, many clients, and I think in out of Israel we are much more needed.
Okay, fair enough. I could imagine there's a little bit of a difference there. Now, what is it that you guys provide that's so unique to these people? What are you giving your clients, obviously within the realm that you can tell me about, right? But what are you giving them that really sets you guys apart?
So our job is to protect our clients, to make their organization much safer. And we do it with a variety of ways. We have both some product and consulting. And actually we build the defense in a way it will be able to cope with the very sophisticated attackers. The way we do it is because our team is ex-attackers. They're all ex-attackers and they know how attackers think.
So you're getting the hackers to work for the good guys now?
Yeah, it's not hackers. It's people that work for the Israeli government.
Okay.
So it's good people.
Good attackers.
Yeah, good attackers that converted to defenders. And the way, since we know the attacker so well, we know what frightens the attacker, we know what exhausts the attacker, we know what makes the attacker go to the other bank. And we know what's probable today and what probable only 2 years down the road. We can be much more actionable.
Interesting. I would love to understand too how you see the whole space developing right now, because it's we obviously see an explosion of these types of attacks, explosion of breaches. It's in the news. It's in the news recently. It's in the news before. We've heard it for years. Where do you see it developing right now? Because in my mind, I think it's getting scarier and scarier in a certain sense.
So it is getting scarier and scarier. And what is the most important thing right now is not try to defend everything. Is try to defend, to be better protected than your competition. As an attacker, I'm telling you, attacker would notice it immediately. If you're a bank and you are good enough protected, the attacker will notice it and go to the other bank. So you have to be better protected than the rest of the industry, and you have to protect your crown jewel. Don't try to protect everything, because protecting everything is as if you're protecting nothing. And to do it wisely, you need to understand the way the attacker thinks. And this is what we do to our clients. This is the only reason why huge global clients are taking us over IBM, over Accenture, because they believe we can bring them something that is very special here.
Interesting. Now, do you also provide kind of simulations for your clients, basically?
All the above. Actually, just recently we launched a ransomware simulation, simulating real attack gangs in Russia and in China. So mainly in Russia. And so you can choose what gang do you want the simulation will be against, or 2 or 3 of them. And we will run a simulation for you, and you are much better protected against it.
And then you help them basically understand how to better themselves as an organization, how to kind of improve their security, whatever it might be.
Exactly. For most of our clients, we are their trusted advisor, meaning we had as the right hand of the CISO, and we do for them multiple projects, so their defense is much better.
Very interesting. Now, what are you hoping to gain from Cybertech here? Obviously, it sounds like you guys have a major presence, in the world, and it's funny that you guys are obviously Israeli company, probably based here. But what are you guys trying to gain from Cybertech in this sense?
So, we also participated in the New York one, and I must compliment the leadership and the courage of Amir and Yossi having this face-to-face conference, which is not easy because you never know what happened.
100%.
And they took a lot of risk, and I must compliment them for the leadership. So actually, for us, you are right, it is more relevant to present out of Israel, but we are still we have one conference a year in Israel that we are participating in, this Cybertech, because of the relations, and so still, our origin is from Israel, so we are here.
Right, so you have to kind of stay with the ecosystem. Now, do you have any facilities here? Do you have R&D here? What do you have here?
Okay, so the largest office is in New York.
Okay.
We have an office in London, and we have a smaller office here, but mainly R&D and execution and professional services.
Very cool. And can you tell me anything that's on, kind of coming up for you guys this upcoming year in 2022, maybe even headed into 2023?
Yeah, we are developing now a very innovative product that would have the CISO to be much better protected, to build and maintain his defense plan in a more dynamic way, so it is much more efficient and much more effective.
Very cool. Listen, it's been a great time talking with you. I wish you the best with everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So as you can see, basically, one of the other elements here that clearly is very on people's minds are nation-state level attacks, these large organizational or national attacks that are harming and really putting a major risk out there for many people in terms of how they actually develop, their own type of cybersecurity plan and cyber defense type of plan. At this point, it's interesting to see also this whole level of simulation that's going on here too, trying to simulate actual threats and issues that exist in the world, in the cybersecurity ecosystem, and trying to actually mediate them. So, so basically, that's very interesting here, especially when you consider what Cywareness, that startup, was doing, simulating kind of phishing attacks and attempts to harm the organization and the humans in the organization. And these guys are also dealing with simulations and other types of protective elements here, right? But that are dealing with protecting major organizations and simulating what that could end up having as an effect on these large organizations and even states, in general. So, again, very interesting type of move in this world. They're also seeing this kind of simulation element kind of bring itself out as one of these trends in the industry in terms of how people are developing their cybersecurity solutions. So now, we're going around, Cybertech, and what's super interesting here is also, just seeing the amount of people and where they come from. And every now and again, I like to just stop and ask people and see where they're from and see what's up. So let's see what's up. Maybe with people around us here, maybe we can talk to them a little bit and see what else is going on with people who are actually participants in Cybertech. Going over this way, I want to try to get someone who's actually maybe some interesting people. Also, what's very fun about Cybertech, just as a side point of this whole event, is the amount of networking and connections people can do here. I've been hearing all day people saying, "Oh, I've been meeting this people." Someone even explained to us that they closed a multi-million-dollar deal here just by talking to someone here at their booth. I mean, the amount of action and development that's happening here is truly, truly incredible. So, that is something that is very, very unique to this entire ecosystem. So let us keep moving maybe in this direction. Again, we're going to try to find some people who are here just participating in the whole event and maybe ask them what's up. Can we ask you some questions?
Yeah, of course.
So we're here from Cybertech Global Live, and we're interviewing various people who are here and just trying to understand what they're doing here. So maybe you could tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm 18 years old. I work at Checkpoint, and I came here just for the visit to learn about companies, technology.
And what do you do at Checkpoint?
I'm a QA automation engineer.
And you're 18 years old, you said? Yeah. And how long have you been coding?
Coding for a couple of years, but I've been working there for 6 months.
Wow. And so you started before you were 18?
Yeah.
And are you going to the Army soon?
Yes, I'm going to the Army in about 2 months.
And where will you be in the Army?
8200.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's your favorite thing about working at Checkpoint?
I mean, everything. I guess I like it's my first job there, so I kind of didn't know what to expect, but the people are really nice and I really like the environment.
And why is it so interesting to you, cybersecurity, cyber defense? What makes it so interesting to someone like you? When I was 18, I was always more of the marketing guy. I liked video and camera and stuff like that, design, that was my thing. What made it so interesting to you?
Well, it's just that it's a very big field, and there are a lot of stuff that you need to learn to really understand it. And I really like the fact that you are thrown into something, there's a problem, and you need to solve it. And there are a lot of ways that you can solve one problem. So I feel like it's just that it's very interesting for me. You know, the discovery and the time that you have to put in to solve something, I really like that. And the feeling that you get when you are finally able to do it.
It's very interesting to me that you're also only 18 and you're here and you're this, involved in the ecosystem. It generally takes people a lot of time, to get there. So I'm very impressed by that. Now, what have you found to be very interesting here in terms of the whole ecosystem? Maybe you've only been here for a little bit, so I don't know if that's the case. But going around, what do you see as very interesting to you, especially as someone who's working for one of the major companies here and also who's young and clearly kind of more new in the scene as opposed to some of the more veteran people? What do you see as very interesting?
I just like all of the variety of all the different companies. I really like going through each company and hearing what they have to say. I see how the technology develops over the years. I see a lot of new ideas, and I just like the innovation that there is here.
Very, very cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So as you can see here, really, there's a wide variety of people from all over. I mean, we had an 18-year-old kid who works at Checkpoint. Checkpoint being one of the leading cybersecurity companies here in Israel. And he works there, and he's here trying to learn more about the ecosystem. I mean, really, you have people here of all ages, all backgrounds, all experience types who are trying to understand more how to interact with this ecosystem and how to better define it in terms of that whole, development of the space. So that's always very exciting to see as well here when we're kind of going around. As you see here, you can also see we have a little sitting area here at the in the pavilion, a place where people can be doing all sorts of business deals, networking, whatever it might be, learning from each other, learning from the best technologies in there, and trying to actually grow and see what is hot on the menu, as they say. So let's go this way and kind of walk around again. So if you are looking for us later in the day, you can find us here at our live studio by the entrance, having a live studio here. We have a number of panels throughout the day, number of guests who we're interviewing for a variety of reasons, and we are going to keep walking this way and kind of just moving around, talking to various people who may be around us. One of the interesting ones is right here is actually the Israel aerospace industry, and as we know, Israel aerospace industry is being a leading industry here in Israel when it comes to security in general and to innovation as well, but also specifically in the cybersecurity space. You wouldn't always expect that cybersecurity is actually so large an issue in the aerospace industry, but at the end of the day, it is. There's a lot of systems that rely on intense code and intense, cyber development to basically work and function. And in this way, cyber defense becomes a major thing. So these right here, you can kind of see the booth of the Israel Aerospace Industries and see a little bit more what they are about. Going to go a little bit over here now to our right. Again, continuing our walk through the pavilion. And maybe we'll come here to some people here. Hey guys, can we ask you some questions about Cybertech? Cool. So I'm Jordan. I'm with Cybertech. I'm with Cybertech Live, and we're just loving to understand kind of what you guys are here for and what's going on for Cybertech. So let's start with you. So what's your name?
Hila Zigman. I'm the VP Product of No Name Security.
Oh, very cool. We were actually talking to Philip not too long ago to understand more about it. So what are you excited about here at Cybertech?
I think that you see all these people here coming to our booth, seeing our demo, learning our product. You see everybody here, a lot of people that we served in the army. So, amazing experience.
So it's really just an army reunion is what you're telling me.
Probably.
So what do you do as VP Product Manager at No Name?
Understanding the market fit, understanding our product, learning our customers, evolving all the time.
Very, very interesting. Now, what about you guys? Can we get you guys in the mix as well?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so what's your name?
My name is Or.
Oh, nice to meet you. And what are you here doing?
Feeling the atmosphere. I think it's really good to get out of the building,
see the people, see some colleagues, see potential customers, prospects, get their understanding. It's been a while since we were able to do some kind of, conferences.
A long time.
A long time. Really sense the market, sense what really happening, right? Not via email, not via Zoom meetings, but really get out of the building and feel the atmosphere.
Though this is alive, so don't take that the wrong way. I'm joking, but it's all good. No, but I feel that. So where are you from in terms of your company? Where are you an entrepreneur? Or?
So I'm currently not really active in the market. I'm a researcher in Tel Aviv University. But I believe that one day I'll, jump into the water again and start do something interesting, yeah.
And so are you in your second degree or a researcher or second degree? And what are you studying?
Industrial engineering.
Industrial engineering. Okay, very cool. And what are you hoping to get into from Cybertech? Maybe one of these companies?
Maybe.
Very cool, very cool. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. All right, so now we are going to head over to Palo Alto Ventures. We're going to talk to them a little bit about what they are doing in the space and how they are, Palo Alto Networks, excuse me, I correct myself. And we are there to kind of talk to them a little bit about their solution as well in the space and try to understand a little bit more about what they are doing and how they are developing in the space. One second. I'm going to try to get around here. Excuse me. As you can see, it's a bit of an obstacle course getting around here today. And we are here now at Palo Alto Networks to hear all about how they are building the future of cybersecurity and really, I would say, competing with some of the largest companies out there in the space and how they're really trying to provide a unique offering, one that really is developing the whole cyber defense system here. Also a major partner, major presence here in Israel, no doubt, and also just a major presence around the world. So I think we are still waiting for our initial guests to arrive. So let us go over here real fast and get them to go. Follow me.
Hello.
Excuse me, sorry. Who are we talking with? Duty. Hello, how are you today? It's really good to meet you. My name is Jordan, and I'm here with Cybertech Global Live, and very excited to talk to you. And who am I speaking with today? So everyone out at home can also know. I actually know, but they don't.
Okay, thank you.
I hold it for you. Don't worry.
Okay.
I mean, it's a full service experience here.
Sure. Thank you very much. So my name is Dudi Ilan. I'm the country manager for Palo Alto Networks in Israel. Palo Alto Networks today is the biggest cybersecurity company in the world. And we are proud to participate in the Cybertech Tel Aviv convention. As you know, Palo Alto Networks has in Israel a major R&D center with about 800 of the top engineers of the high-tech in Israel. And actually just last week, we have announced the most new and innovative solution of the autonomous SOC.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that? Or what you can at least? Let's put it like that.
It's a revolutionary announcement which changes the way we look about how to manage the SOC and the cyber alerts. And in parallel, we continue supporting our customers and partners on securing the move to the cloud with the unique Prisma Cloud solution. We see more and more organizations in Israel and worldwide that are replacing their old cybersecurity solutions and deploying the innovative Palo Alto Networks solutions. It's great to be in such an event.
It's great to be here.
So long time and meet face to face our customers and partners.
For sure. I also want to ask you, how do you guys, you guys are really one of the biggest cybersecurity firms, if the biggest? Wow. So I actually didn't even know that you were the biggest, so excuse me on that one. But the biggest cybersecurity, firm out there in that sense. And how do you guys kind of make yourselves that much better than the competition?
Well, I mean, it's starting with innovation. We do things different than all the competition. The concept is of a platform and automation. And also on the move to the cloud, we started investing and doing the integration of the technologies to develop the right platform solution for the cloud. So if you combine everything together, that's the main difference.
That's the main meat right there. So when you also, I know the Prisma solution very well. I would love if you could maybe describe it a little bit for everyone outside, because I know that as being a major, staple from Palo Alto.
Yeah. So as I said, we started investing in technologies of securing the cloud a long time ago, and we actually acquired already 4 years ago the number one startups, companies of technologies that are the best in the world in different areas of protecting the cloud. We invested in the integration, and we managed today to be the only one to have a full solution, with one agent or agentless, but with one agent and one console that customer can deploy and have the full solution to the securing the cloud. So it's a unique offering that nobody else in the market has today. The only option, the other option for a customer to secure the cloud is to choose like 20 different solutions and trying to integrate them. That's not easy.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because also one of the things I've been saying to people all day is like, wow, you see all these different solutions out there. You see all these different things, and it's hard to pick. It's hard to know which one's right for your organization.
So we did it for our customers. We invested, we did the integration, we took the best of breed in every solution, and we combine it to one platform. So it makes life easier for our customers, and they can be really confident on their move to the cloud. So
you're like trying to provide that kind of confidence so that when they develop their cloud infrastructure and when they move there, that they can do it safely.
Exactly, and it's changing the way that things have been done in the past, where at the beginning, every issue that was in cyber, there was a different set of companies that started to handle this issue. Eventually you found yourself with 40, 50, 60 solutions of cyber in your network. How can you manage that? Different management platforms. It's a mess. And this time the cloud is an opportunity to do things right, and this is what we did.
I love that. Where do you see also the future of, we can take cloud security going, especially from Palo Alto's perspective, because I understand, everyone has their own idea of where cloud security is, where the cloud vulnerabilities are, whatever, but what about for you guys? Where do you really see it going?
So I think that the major thing is our latest announcement is the autonomous SOC. So we were investing, all of us, and customers and vendors, on different solutions, on the endpoint, the cloud, the perimeter, data center, and so on and on. Eventually we were getting logs and alerts from everywhere in the network. It goes to the SOC, you need to handle that. You don't know what to handle, what is more important and what not. You need automation. You must have the automation, and that's where we are investing. And our latest announcement is a revolution, where we are actually making cyber autonomous. Okay, so the handling of the attacks will be more automatic, and analysts will be able to handle the really important things and not to run after alerts or false positive.
Right. How do you also manage, though, like the human factor in these attacks?
What do you mean?
I mean more of the idea that, at the end of the day, cyber attacks are obviously trying to impact, an element of code, or they're trying to, exploit vulnerabilities in the cloud system. But sometimes, it can be done through the fact that you're also attacking a person who then, kind of allows them in. Yeah.
So actually, it's an interesting point, because the COVID has brought up the work from home. So we, of course, we developed solutions for remote working from home, and also outside from the office with the Prisma Access solution, which allows you to work from anywhere in the world and get the right and most secured connection as you are working in the office. So that's also something that is growing a lot. And also lately we announced our solution Okio for the home user, which allows companies, organizations to have also security at the home of the employee. And it also gives some benefit to the employee that he gets the security level of our solution to his home security as well.
Oh, so it's kind of like a full kind of holistic, like not only work, but also home. But
splits the home to two areas. And the employee, on one end, the organization knows that everything is secured. On the other end, the employee knows that he has security at his home as well. So it's a win-win for everyone.
Unintentional B2C almost in that sense.
Yeah.
Very almost, right? So I want to, one more question I really have for you is this whole idea, Palo Alto, big name, obviously. How are you guys integrated into the local tech system here in terms of also trying to, I would say, bring about the next technological, revolution, innovation, whatever it is here in Israel and maybe also just in general in the global cybersecurity ecosystem?
So, trying to be modest as possible.
Of course.
I think that Palo Alto Networks today in the Israeli market is one of the most wanted or place where R&D engineers want to work. And actually, as we speak, we have more than 100 open positions that are waiting for the best R&D engineers to come and work for Palo Alto Networks. So you can see here in Tel Aviv the most innovative technology being developed, most innovative in the world. So yeah, we are proud on that. Absolutely.
No, for sure. And also, what are you trying to get here from Cybertech Global? Just in a brief sentence. In terms of this event, what are you trying to get out of it?
It's an international event, and we are sending our message as usual to worldwide. So I think we have a very strong message with our latest announcement of the autonomous SOC. And you can see also the reactions from our customers. They really understand that this is something revolutionary that will change the way we look at cybersecurity.
Very, very cool. Dudi, it was a pleasure talking to you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
Everybody to the live studio at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv. Orn, how are you?
Oh, thank you very much. Great. Nice being here, finally seeing so many people.
I know, right? It's a little overwhelming, but also amazing at the same time.
We missed it so much.
I know exactly what you mean. So, Orn, really glad to have you in the studio today. I would love for you to just give a brief introduction of yourself and kind of tell us a little bit about where you're from and what you do at Cisco.
Oh, with pleasure. So, Oren Sagi, I'm the general manager of Cisco in Israel.
Amazing.
Yep. We have an amazing setup in country, 6 different R&D sites, huge amount of innovation throughout the full stack of the IT industry. So, yeah.
Total, like, full package deal here in Israel. I mean, really, you're kind of, from what I understand, at least with this whole move with the R&D centers, you're really putting a lot of time and effort here in Israel and kind of focusing
Absolutely.
here.
As a corporate, Cisco understand the importance of Israel in the wide ecosystem of innovation, and we do leverage what we call the startup nation.
Sure.
So we have a blend of R&D centers and sales activities and marketing activities because we see the Israeli market as leading the transformation.
What specifically about Israel brings this type of level of innovation that you see and that you see really leading the industry?
We can divide it into different aspects of the IT. In the past, Cisco was known as a networking giant, and today we are IT leaders. And when I say IT leaders, so we see huge amount of innovation around the hardware, silicon, ASIC, and this is what we are doing in Cisco Caesarea.
Right.
We have R&D side focus on cloud native security, part of the acquisition that we are doing in country.
Which I heard you made several recent acquisitions.
Absolutely, Portshift, Epsagon, Sedona, so 3 recent acquisitions in the last 12 months.
Very major moves in that sense.
And we have huge R&D centers across the entire infrastructure of networking, visibility, full stack observability. So yeah, great proud to lead this amazing company in country.
Definitely. And it's very interesting because as Cisco, as we know Cisco being a major player, it's kind of like innovating on yourselves in that place and kind of giving you guys a new face of this really innovative company coming out there, really diving deep into Israel and getting the talent out of here. Now, one of my questions for you that's really probably hard is, you open 6 R&D centers, some places can't even get 1 open, right? And with all the talent shortage that's going around right now in the tech industry, how are you guys managing here in Israel?
Yeah, so this is a great question because we are in the middle of the talent war with the unicorns and the multinational entering the country. So what we are doing, I can divide it to 2 different aspects. First, we are forming a program to enable young engineers or people which are outside of the tech industry to come into the tech with our own courses, what we call NetAcad.
Wow,
so we
very cool.
Talking about networking academy, we are talking about cybersecurity, we are talking about Python and software development. So we train our own people to take them as graduates or early in career entering into the tech. Second, what we notice are that the engineers are looking for the innovation, for the interest of the work. So I think that what we are offering today with the full stack, from the next generation infrastructure to the cloud security and the end-to-end platform, enable engineers today to really touch the heart of innovation with $6 billion per annum R&D that Cisco invests.
Wow, that's a ton of money in that.
Nevertheless, we do have a shortage of employees as a nation of Israel. So yeah, this is part of the struggle.
Yeah, it's the challenge, but at the end of the day, it sounds like you guys are really moving there. Now, when you also, we were talking about that you guys had made, several acquisitions that you just made up. You guys also, that you guys said not made up, sorry, excuse me. And then also, you guys have these 6 R&D centers. What is kind of the future for Cisco looking like right now? Where are you guys headed in the long run? Obviously, R&D, big deal. We understand that, right? But it's not just R&D.
No, absolutely. Because eventually, when we are talking about value proposition to the customer and about the vision of the company. So our vision is inclusive future for all. How can we connect the unconnected? And in a cloud-first world, when our customers are moving to the cloud, you need to provide the full infrastructure to connect the on-prem, to secure the application, to bring the right content security, to ensure end-to-end policy. So Cisco stands today as the leading IT vendor which connects, whether the employees are or in campus or their home offices, whether the application on-prem or in the cloud,
right,
to give the full stack.
Right.
The Epsagon acquisition that we did in Tel Aviv only 3 months ago is giving the FSO full stack observability.
Wow.
To enable a customer to really understand where their workload here, the Q&A of the workload, the micro-segmentation of the application. So this is what Cisco is doing, but the main purpose is to enable the digital transformation of our customers.
Interesting, and that I like that idea too, because one of the things I wanted to ask you, you brought up this whole idea of the on-prem versus the cloud,
yep.
Which, there's this whole thing, obviously we've been talking with many people today about this whole move to the cloud, how everyone's kind of going there. How do you guys kind of bridge that gap between the on-prem and the cloud environment?
So when you're talking about bridging the gap, so you saw Cisco logos, which is actually the bridge of the San Francisco Bay. And we're building these bridges because we believe on the multi-domain or the multi-cloud. Customer will not go into one cloud or another, but it will be a multi-domain saying some of the application will be on-prem, some will be on the cloud. Employees will work on campus, some will be hybrid workers.
Interesting.
Some of the application will be a full stack of applications, some will be microservices. So you need to build the right digital platform which enable end-to-end multi-domain.
Okay.
To ensure the level of service that the customer needs, to ensure the right security, that this is what we are presenting here in Cybertech conference, to ensure the full policy insurance of the customer. So today IT stack is very complex.
Sure, of course.
And Cisco is leading the way of the multi-cloud approach, the multi-domain. Wherever your IT is, we can provide you the end-to-end connectivity.
Well, that I love too, because that I think is key. Now, for our last question of the session, I really want to understand, how are you guys helping the larger ecosystem here, beyond just the staff, beyond just giving classes, beyond doing that, how are you helping the larger ecosystem here in Israel?
Wow. For this question, we need something like 60 minutes, so I will try to...
Try to give it to me in a minute if you can.
So we signed with the government of Israel a program named CDA, Country Digitization Acceleration, and we are working with the different ministries, Ministry of Innovation, Ministry of Economy, in order to enable the connectivity to the periphery. This is one. Second, we are investing and acquiring Israeli startups as a direct investment or full acquisition.
Sure.
Third, we are engaged with the education system and the people which are going out of the army, not only the A200 unit, but only the guys from the fields, in order to enable them and to give them the field in order to enter the ecosystem.
Very cool.
Third, we are an active player of the innovation. Our platform today, our open platform with open API, we encourage Israeli startups to develop their products and solutions on top of our solution with the open API, open source, fully contributed to the startup ecosystem. So what we are offering today to the ecosystem, give back the knowledge, huge amount of Cisco social responsibility activities. Our employees are engaged, volunteering services. So yeah, this is part of our strength in the market.
That's awesome.
And part of our commitment to the state of Israel.
That I love. I love it. Listen, Oren, really fascinating. I love what Cisco's doing, and I really appreciate you really being this open and transparent about it all. And I think it's the sky's the limit, as they say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Oren.
you.
I appreciate it so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one. We good, guys?
We have all witnessed the inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it
at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
We are live again from the live studio here at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv. How are you, my friend?
Great, great.
So I would love
Happy
for
to
you.
be here.
Yeah, well, it's really great, really good to have you. Also, it's really good to have Microsoft in the building. So, first, I would love for you to kind of just introduce yourself to everyone who's watching and joining us from home. Obviously, if they couldn't be here, it's a shame because as we see, huge pavilion after the pandemic, a lot of people, very fun to have this. So, give us a little brief introduction of who you are and what you do.
Yeah, so my name is Itzik Tzalaf. I'm the National Security Officer of Microsoft Israel, and I'm working on the security domain between Microsoft and our strategic customers, government, and nation-state organizations. And my daily work, I'm working with the customers on the cybersecurity area.
So, it's very interesting that, as we were even talking a little bit before this, the whole idea of security in Microsoft. What does that even mean, right? Sure, we understand Apple has their own security, they have the iPhone, right? Microsoft also has a phone, but we all think about, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. I mean, let's be real about it. What is Microsoft doing in the world of security that is so unique and so different?
Yeah, it's a good question because a lot of, the industry doesn't know the existing, what is Microsoft doing in the cybersecurity world?
100%, it's something you don't necessarily deal with.
We are selling about $150 billion of solutions to the market, and what is related to security?
Yeah, there you go.
So Microsoft selling, 30% of our sales is going to 365, Dynamics, all the productivity. Another 30% is going to the intelligent cloud, which means Azure, platform, servers, from server on a cloud to even a satellite ground station. So the whole portfolio of the cloud. And the other 30% is, the desktops, the keyboard. And what is related to security and why we are selling $50 billion security products each year, which make us the biggest cyber company worldwide. What is differentiated us from other companies that we see here?
Sure.
So the story of Microsoft comes from when we are selling today a security product, it's not because we design a product for the security of the customer. It's different approach. So when we are selling a lot of portfolios from Office to service on the cloud, to the portfolios, there's three major things that it's on top of our mind.
Okay.
The first thing is that the products will be in the right quality that the markets need. So most of our products, I'm not talking about security, about Word, Office 365, Dynamics. So in each area of products, we want that our products will be a leader in the domain that product is focused. If it's Dynamics,
so like a pure market fit in that sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So to be in market or Forrester, to be leader in this area. So this is the first bullet. The second bullet is that the products will be on the right quality.
Okay.
For example, if I'm a banker and I'm using Microsoft Dynamics, so quality, which means, SLA, to be responsive, latency, so it will be, so if the banker will press the button and the CRM will come with delay.
It's not good. It doesn't make us want the product.
It will not work.
Of course.
And the last thing that I think it's the top of most of all the other topics is the security. Because all the...
So maybe you should start with that one, number one, and then...
Yeah, because, if one of the banks will publish that he got a security breach because of Microsoft platform, I'm a bank, I'm putting my data in the cloud, in Microsoft 365. If they will have a cyber event from Microsoft, completely, all the numbers, all the stock of Microsoft will drop because... This is the
it's your reputation.
Yeah, it's the foundation of all the business model of the cloud. Now, to protect a business of such a wide area of services, it's not something that you can buy.
Interesting.
Okay, I cannot go to all the vendors and say, okay, give me 100 platforms of firewalls. So
for all these different offerings.
You cannot do it because, we are today having 70 data centers on 40 different countries. We have the network, which the biggest network worldwide.
Wow.
And you cannot protect it with a commodity.
You
need to invent the security the way that you are doing it. You need to invent it every day like a nation state. So if I'm looking on cyber, Microsoft is like any other a big nation state. So, we have a Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have a cyber organization, all of this to protect Microsoft data. And, when customer puts the data in our data centers, the customers' threat actors are coming also to our environment.
So do you think this kind of ecosystem that you've developed, we could call it the Republic of Microsoft for all intents and purposes, how is it translating in the business world day to day?
Yeah, so we have a huge platform of threat intelligence and protection tools that I'm protecting myself and my customer data. Now I can also provide it as a service for the customer.
Right.
So if you are a small organization with not a hard maturity of cybersecurity, if you are taking from our side the endpoint protection, the email protection, your network protection, you actually enjoy from nation-state protection. Because, again, we are managing in global scale all the security operation. And again, from the quality perspective, you can see all Microsoft security solutions are leaders. In Gartner and Forrester, we are not compromising on the quality.
Right.
So, we are not love the perception that, Microsoft, you have a big vendor, so you have also security tools. No, definitely not. Each security product is a leader in the segment of the product.
And what are you guys seeing as general, patterns of attacks right now on, your different offerings, your different softwares, whatever it might be? What are you guys seeing as the main types of attacks that you guys are kind of thwarting?
So the main types, of course, we cannot ignore from the pandemic. The pandemic makes the cybercrime as the major crime vector.
Of course.
Not laundering money or drugs. It's crypto. It's ransomware.
Right.
And today, most of the cybercrime is around that vector.
Right.
And the pandemic puts a lot of challenges on the organization. To work remotely from home. We know how to secure my organization, but when I'm working from home or a remote workforce, it's a new surface attack for the organization.
Right. It changes everything.
So a digital transformation process that usually took 5 years, now I need to do it in half a year. So there's a lot of cyber around it, and of course all the cybercrime. Now it's easy to do it because there is a low maturity of organization that now needs to work remotely and not from the secure perimeter.
No, for sure, and it makes a lot of sense in that sense. That's what you guys are witnessing as kind of the trend. Also, again, falls in line with what a lot of other people are seeing. Now, when Microsoft, I know, has a major presence here in Israel as well. You guys have an R&D center. I think even multiple ones, if I'm not mistaken, or at least one I know for sure. What though, in terms of the ecosystem here, how are you guys interacting with the local ecosystem?
So from the local system, we can see three areas that we can work. First, we have our customers, which are actually generating the business requirements for the whole ecosystem. If I'm a banking or public sector. So in the end of the day, it's the customer that generating the business and actually help us to design our solution. The other vector that we are looking is the partners. Because Microsoft is built, we are building the platform, and on top of this platform, we have a lot of partners that we know from the on-prem solution, now they're bringing to the cloud. And the third vectors, it's all the startups and the ISV. And in the last year, we established more deeply in the market the Microsoft for Startups that we can see here.
Well, that's what I was kind of wondering about as well, how you guys interact with that.
Exactly, because we see it as is the seed of the cyber potential that can work with us. So we are investing now a lot in the ecosystem and connected first for the business in Israel and also for the development center, so we can shape our products to be a leader on the segment that they are
that they're going to.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, when leading in Israel as the national security officer, how is policy that you're making here impacting Microsoft globally?
Israel is like a small cyber nation. We are a small country, but we have a lot of things happening around cyber. Israel is because of the geopolitical issue. A lot of things happen here in cyber. So a lot of practice that we are developing here, not just product, but a daily work, how to secure the organization, how to do digital transformation. We are translated it to practice that Microsoft worldwide is using to work with other nations worldwide.
That's awesome. Itzik, listen, it's been a very good conversation with you. I really appreciate you coming down. Sounds like you guys are doing amazing things at Microsoft. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Itzik.
We have all witnessed the inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United States.
You call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United States.
You call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
Welcome everybody from the live studio here at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022. Guys, how are you? Awesome.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Awesome, Mark.
Much.
Thank you so much for being here. Julian, thank you so much for being here from Netscope and from Theta Ray. And we are very excited to have you guys here in the studio to talk a lot about different, aspects to cybersecurity. Everyone's a little different in cybertech, as we're all aware. So it's very exciting to kind of get you guys on a panel, both a little different, both a little connected. And I think it'll be exciting for us to kind of go and dive deep into your technology. So what do you say?
I say great, let's do it.
Awesome, awesome.
That's a great atmosphere and really great to share feedback, insights with everybody here.
Please. It's very, very much our pleasure. It's really an honor. So first and foremost, I'd really like to get started with just a brief introduction of who you guys are and what companies you guys are representing, though I just kind of mentioned it, and what you guys do with the companies as well. So let's start with Mark and we'll move to Julian.
Excellent, so it's a pleasure to be here. I manage a company that is called Theta Ray. And we use very deep level of artificial intelligence. We actually call it AI square, artificial intelligence intuition, to help the largest financial institutions in the world, as well as fintechs, to monitor their transactions.
Okay.
And we know that today the world of cyber moving mainly to the world of finance.
Right.
20 years ago, cybersecurity was about defacing websites and stealing information. Now it's about stealing money.
Sure.
And it's about money laundering, financing terrorist organizations, human trafficking. Our system allows financial institutions to monitor those transactions, to flag suspicious transactions, while enabling the fluent flow of money all around the world.
Very, very interesting. We'll get back to you in a second. Julian?
So nice to be here. So Netscope is a leader in the ecosystem to deliver security service edge capabilities. What means? It means to secure web, cloud services, and private applications for any devices, any user, any locations, with the agility of the cloud and the speed of the cloud, with a data-centric approach and one single platform delivered from the cloud.
Sure.
We think that's the future.
So basically it's very interesting. You guys are both talking about the futures, right? You're talking about the cloud future, you're talking about the future of kind of cyber crime, I would say, and kind of all the workarounds that happen in the financial institutions. So I think that's very interesting. I'd like to kind of, ping pong with you guys a little bit here. And my first question, I'm gonna direct it to you, Mark. Right now, there's a lot of issues going on in the financial sector, right? Between breaches, between things being leaked, between people trying to be cut out of different levels of the financial sector, whatever it might be. And lest we forget that we also have the burgeoning crypto sector, which is also its own, we can say for you, maybe it's the elephant in the room in a certain sense. Where does Theta Ray enter right now to kind of say, hey, we are here to provide a truly holistic approach to how you should be monitoring your financial data?
So you're absolutely right. If you think about it, post-COVID-19, there is $35 trillion moving all around the world. 80% plus of it is wire transfers, or in different words, it's digital money that is moving. Obviously, when it's digital, it's subject to cybersecurity attacks, and we're not talking about cryptocurrency and NFTs, I will mention it in a second.
Sure.
So if anybody from people who watch this panel try to transfer money internationally, you know that it's a difficult process.
Very difficult.
A lot of red tape, questions,
bureaucracy,
fees,
everything.
Now the reason is because it's almost impossible to authenticate people all around the world. So I'm sending money. How the bank know that I'm sending money to the right person? Maybe they know the sender, but they don't know the recipient, or the other way around. What our system does, it is monitoring the transactions. Almost like if you think about an airport, there are suitcases and bags, and there is the screening system that screens bags, and when the bags are okay, it just let them flow.
Yeah, it sends it through.
Exactly. But if it's not, it monitors it, identify, and then the personnel can open the bag and see what's going on there.
Right.
Even though it's clear for everybody that can impersonate the sender identity. For example, I can ask somebody else to send my suitcase. And when we talk about sanctions and SWIFT, which is today a very hot subject.
Very hot subject.
We all understand that maybe there's somebody in sanction list or some entity, but it's so easy to impersonate this person and present it as somebody else. Existing systems that look at identities will not catch this transaction, and it can be devastating. It can be against sanctions. Our system will analyze the transaction, will let it flow if it's okay, so the majority of the people will not be affected.
Right.
Actually, we streamline the process of money transfer and make it much, much faster and much more pleasant.
Okay.
But if a bad guy tries to abuse the financial system, we'll catch it. So we're almost like firewall, but for financial transactions.
Well, so that's very interesting too, how you bring that whole idea up, kind of the idea of basically being able to replicate something falsely, right? This whole idea that I could say, I am this person, and there's no way to verify my identity. There's no way to know how the transaction is being done and to who it's being done in the long run, which, comes back to kind of the Netscope idea here in the sense of, we're moving towards this cloud environment. The world is moving towards that, the whole direction. We've heard it here multiple times today in this panel and also abroad. Now, I want to understand kind of how are you guys making sure that the right people are also interacting with the cloud environment as people are building apps, people are moving towards the cloud. How are you making sure the permissions are right, the person who needs to be touching it is correct? How does that work?
So we are all cybersecurity specialists around the table. We can only observe that the value shifted to the cloud.
Sure.
And digital transformations is forcing technical shift. Why? Because 90% of the data has been created on the cloud over the last 2 years.
Right.
Not sitting on-prem. But 90% of the security investment are still on-prem. And at the same time, 90% of the traffic is encrypted. So we need to decrypt, to decode, to understand what's inside the traffic, about the insiders, the malicious threats. And by the way, if we are speaking about cloud, almost 70% of the attackers are using cloud services to launch the attack.
Interesting.
It's because of sometimes of...
So they're operating in the cloud?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're operating in the cloud due to misconfigurations, unauthorized access control. So in Netscope, we think that we need to deliver a new way of cybersecurity from the cloud.
Okay.
To be close to the users, nevertheless the locations,
okay,
and data-centric and adaptive context approach.
Okay.
To be sure to follow the users in terms of safely enable usage at the end. That's completely different than on-prem or legacy approach of the security over the last years.
Right, totally.
And the last point, it needs new capabilities. New capabilities named Security Service Edge. It's one important part of the new security architecture named SASE, Security Access Security Edge. And for us, capabilities like access control, data security, security monitoring, threat protections, inline API control are key. Are key for the customer, are key to create a new way, a new framework to understand security.
It's interesting also how you bring up this adaptive edge, right? That you guys are kind of trying to adapt to this new attacker in a sense, right? And I think it comes back also to Mark, which we didn't get to go on this last answer that you had, but how are you guys adapting also to this whole new realm of cryptocurrency, NFTs, the blockchain, movement of stuff? Because in a sense, they kind of come to you and they say, well, hey, we verify everyone. We know your wallet. We know who you're transferring to. Use us, right? Where do you guys kind of enter in this world with this new, innovation, and how are you guys adapting to this?
So this is really cool because we're basically building the centralized trust. I had the pleasure to build the first internet service provider in Israel, and then I remember that.
Wow! Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. And I remember that everything was flowing through central. They even call it like central stations.
Okay.
And now everything became distributed. The same is happening with money. The same is happening with trust.
Right.
SWIFT was established 50 years ago to have one central depository of trust.
Exactly.
It doesn't work anymore.
Right.
So on one hand, our system brings the ability to identify good transactions and bad transactions to each and every bank. They don't need to one central authority.
Okay.
On the other hand, of course, bad guys that understand cryptocurrency very well can now abusing the system. They can transfer money without any transfers. Existing monitoring systems can't even understand.
There's no oversight.
There's no oversight. And if you think about NFTs, for example, let's talk about terrorist funding.
Okay.
Bad guys would like to finance the terrorist activities. They are usually have some understanding in cyber domain.
Sure.
Historically, one way to finance cyber was do something that is called trace-based financing.
Okay.
Basically, I'm selling you something that is not real.
Right.
Like I'm selling you cashmere, and then I send in just textile, and I charge you $10,000 per cashmere piece of cashmere. It's a real story. That's how they finance Hezbollah, for example. But there was a limit of how much you can transfer money this way, because you can't charge $1 million for a unit of cashmere.
Right.
Today, you can buy monkey. You call it Bored Ape.
Right.
You buy it for $600. You sell it for $600,000, and it's kosher. It's legit, but it can be a way to launder money and transfer money, bypassing existing security systems.
Right.
Our system will catch it, will monitor it, analyze it using our unique AI, and will identify the financial institution and will basically protect financial institutions from being shut off, from being fined. And at the end of the day, we make a world a better place because we do eliminate these type of transactions.
And can you also dive in a little bit to this element? You mentioned earlier that it's AI, you call it AI intuition.
AI square, yeah.
AI square, AI intuition.
Yeah.
What is that? That's such an interesting idea because in my mind, AI is very, kind of in a sense, is intuitive, almost naturally, right? What does it mean?
So, first of all, it was invented by two of our founders, Professor Koifman from Yale, 20 years on the advisory board of DARPA, Gold Medal of Science from President Clinton for this work, and Professor Aberbuch, Columbia University, then T.J. Watson Center of Excellence of IBM, and then Tel Aviv University. So there is an Israeli angel, Israeli connection. And basically, this is the system that allows computers to think to act like human intuition. You know, sometimes you feel that something doesn't smell right. You can call it the next generation of AI. Something doesn't smell right, something doesn't look right.
Right.
You don't even understand why.
Right.
Our system can mimic this behavior, but it's much better than human intuition, of course, because then it can give you full traceability and explainability why it made the decision that this thing doesn't look right. So what our system is capable of doing is replacing very experienced investigators that are working in those areas for tens of years.
Okay.
And do something that people thought that computers will never be able to do, which is to have common sense, gut feelings, intuition, and we're really happy to see it working and being deployed with the largest banks in the world.
Well, that's so interesting, especially from the human factor element, which is something that I've been trying to dive deeper into today, and maybe we can talk about that with Netscope in terms of how you guys are maybe touching on the human factor, especially in cloud development.
You spoke about context, and human factors. I think that it's king. It's key point, because if you are looking what is happening, there are more apps, device, user outside of corporate network than inside. Okay. This is caused by two big phenomena. The first one is the rapid cloud adoption. When an average an organization is using 500, 600 apps, but IT team doesn't see it.
Right, and they don't necessarily know, and they don't know who's also permissioned and who's on there and whatever.
Exactly. And the second point is, even after the pandemic, the users are going to continue to work in remote. So it's named a hybrid workforce. So we need to be sure that we have the right policy at the right time for the right user at the right locations for the right apps. So the behavior, because one example, I have one personal tenant on Dropbox. And I'm using corporate tenants on SaaS apps. I'm downloading a file, a personal file, with my corporate Netscope. And I'm connecting from my home and to have malicious activities with this file. So how are you able to control that?
Interesting.
With new capabilities from the cloud, with Netscope, to be able to decode JSON, API language, new language of the cloud, we're able to determine if there is an insider malicious activity. That's really amazing. And compare with the legacy industry, on-prem firewall, because I've been deploying on-prem firewall a long time in my life, it's not the case.
Interesting.
You need something flexible, adaptive context, and to be able to fix the user behavior and to secure it accordingly. Yeah?
No, for sure. And you know what's interesting here too that I'd like to kind of bring in is, you know, we have on one side Mark here who's on the financial spectrum, and you're much more on the cloud, but yet there's this whole connection now too, as we were kind of discussing a little before, of how financial institutions are also moving to the cloud. How are you guys also kind of protecting that with your solution? You know, because in a sense, it's not the transaction side, it's the data side.
Yeah, sure. We have the capabilities to have the total visibility of what's happening on the cloud in terms of SaaS apps, web services, cloud services. So the first point is to have the perfect visibility to understand the context.
Okay.
And to maybe to give a risk to the apps. Maybe you can use some cloud applications, but is useful for your business. So it's not just to say I block or allow, but I have to be adaptive with the right security policies,
Sure.
right rules, with the, you know, to be sure that at the end the users have a good experiences without seeing the security as a blocker.
Interesting. I see. Yeah, it's a much more of an experiential entity in that sense.
Yeah, but the starting point is absolutely to have the perfect visibility of what's happening on my infrastructure.
Right. No, totally understand. Now, on your side, Mark, when it comes to kind of just, you know, in general, what I would say, the financial infrastructure that exists in the world, right? You know, it's very complex. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of changes happening. How are you guys adapting to new trends in kind of financial hacks, you know, between whether it's money laundering, as you've kind of brought up before, unverified entities, whatever it is, how are you guys trying to adapt to these new, you know, cybersecurity threats in the financial realm, 2022, 2023 and onward?
Absolutely, so the world has changed, and I think for the best. But it's clear to everybody that the world of financial crime has changed as well. Nobody now is coming to a branch of a bank with big gun and threaten the clerks to take their money. It's all on the cyber domain.
Right. And if they do, they're not doing it right. Is what
exactly. Like there is no money in the branch, and
Right.
most of the new fintechs, they don't have branches anyway.
Right.
So we actually foresee this situation, and I have to say that it was very much advanced by COVID-19.
Okay.
So everybody is moving to the cloud. Regulators allowed financial systems to move to the cloud.
Right.
Historically, customers insisted for our systems to be on premises because this is considered to be what they call in UK the crown jewels for the banks.
Right.
Now they're open to put it on the cloud. Of course, we got all the necessary certifications to have it and to put it on the cloud.
Right.
And I have to say that the deployment times has changed as well. Historically, to
Much
deploy,
faster? Much
faster. Historically, to deploy a system for a bank could take a year to train it, to teach it, to make the system to understand what's going on. Today on the cloud, within days, it's up and running, which is extremely important because the attack landscape is changing every day. You know, bad guys can try something. If it doesn't work, 2 seconds and they change
Try something else. Right.
Try something else. You know, we see hackers talking about, criminals talking about A/B testing.
Right.
You know, something they take from the
marketers being
exactly from the marketers. Let's try do A/B testing. Let's see what's working, what's not working. Where do they catch us? What type of ransomware, etc.
Oh, we finally got the money. Great. We'll use this one.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Now, what's good is our system adopts itself. It trains itself.
Okay.
That's the idea of our very deep AI, and it catches all those transactions. We always tell our customers, look, especially on the cloud, we will identify all the visible attacks, but the good news that we will also enable and catch the invisible attacks. So you are in a way future-proof against existing attacks and against the future attacks.
Interesting. Now, do you guys also focus on ransomware attacks, being that it's also kind of a form of financial crime in a sense, or is that less so your area?
So there are so many companies that deal with ransomware attacks, and I heard in Cybertech people saying that it's impossible basically to eliminate ransomware because it's a sort of human nature to click those emails, and it's a nature of operating systems to be vulnerable.
Right. Okay.
We follow the money.
Okay.
So we actually really help in this type of situations because at the end of the day, when it's massive, systemic ransomware attack, we identify those suspicious transactions as they happen and stop them. And in many cases, it can convince bad guys not to do this type of systemic ransomware attacks, but in many other cases, it's actually allow law enforcement agencies to catch those guys very fast and to return the money and sometimes to retrieve the, what they call to the decryption keys and give it back to the customers. But again, we are working on a higher level of fintechs financial institutions, we look at very large
You're looking
number
at
of
the big
transactions.
picture.
Exactly, we look at the big picture.
Right.
Eventually, it also helps what we might call the little guys that been affected by this ransomware.
Yeah, for sure. No, but at the end of the day, you're looking for the large level systemic attacks that are really affecting like kind of general processes, we could say.
Exactly.
Now, I'm going to turn the same question to you in terms of how are you guys, kind of addressing changes in the whole, hacker breach world. There is a lot going on. There's a lot of issues in cloud security. People are very hesitant to move to the cloud because of it. So how are you guys kind of adapting your whole business model, your whole offerings to that?
First thing is
and
that...
I know you said you're super adaptive, so there better be a good answer here.
Yeah, but the first thing is that organizations have different level of maturity.
Okay.
Some organizations are 100% full cloud adoption, and other organizations are maybe 80, 90% applications on-prem. So we need to understand the context. We need not the context of the threats, but the context of organizations, and help the organizations to build transformation plan services.
Okay.
Okay? Because it's really important to know exactly what's the value from the cloud, what's the value from the cybersecurity from the cloud. And if we have to define some steps from maturity 1 to go to maturity 2 to maturity 3, and to fight against insider, to fight against attackers, we have to understand the exposition of the surface, attack surface.
Okay.
And to define some capabilities, compare with these expositions. So in Netscope, we are looking inside the applications. We are looking the threats from everywhere that the attacker is going to connect in.
Very interesting. Guys, I want to thank you so much for coming onto this panel. It was very, very unique panel to have, kind of talking about cloud, talking about finance. Very interesting stuff. I really appreciate your time, and I wish you guys the best here at Cybertech.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, guys.
We have all witnessed the inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United States.
You call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, there's still...
inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get inside.
Welcome everybody again from the live studio here at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv 2022. We're actually going to have a very exciting little thing for you right now where we're going to talk specifically to the startups here at the conference in the pavilion who are coming up with some very interesting technologies. We've been talking with them throughout the day anyways, but right now we want to give it a special startup spotlight. As we said before, there are a lot of companies here. There are some more established, some bigger ones, but at the end of the day, the Israeli ecosystem is very much like a startup. Israel itself is like a startup, and we want to focus our time and energy a little bit on understanding who are the up-and-coming players in the game, who are some of the young entrepreneurs, and we're going to go that way. So follow me as we go and kind of explore who might be a relevant startup person for us.
So if you have any non-compliance issues, our platform will know immediately, and then you will pass all successfully because in some of those, you might...
Let us start with our friends here at Silverfort. How are you doing today? My name is Jordan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And who are you?
Jonathan.
Jonathan what?
Nativ.
From?
Silverfort.
Okay, well, great. We're getting someplace. So we're here from the live studio here at Cybertech Global Tel Aviv, and we are trying to understand more about the startup ecosystem here in Israel and to understand kind of what's going on. Can you tell me a little bit about what you guys are up to?
Silverfort provides a platform for unified identity in organizations, managing, detecting, and monitoring all authentications that take place in their network, providing real-time analysis and protection for all those identities.
So you've clearly had a few investor presentations.
A few.
Very cool, very, very cool. And how are you kind of trying to grow your network here at Cybertech?
We're doing that through Microsoft. We have a partnership with Microsoft. That's why we're in the Microsoft area here in the startups. And we're using a lot of their connections to help connect to new customers.
And what do you guys see as kind of emerging threats in the whole authentication sphere? You know, a lot of people have been talking here about, cloud security and various other types of, patch management, all that type of stuff. But, you're in a very specific field, authentication, kind of figuring out who's who, which is a big thing right now, especially with blockchain and everything like that. How are you guys, getting involved in that?
So we're seeing the theft of identities as the biggest threat. We're seeing that all over. Attackers are trying to steal identities and get into the network, and once they do, they can do basically whatever they want. So it's our job to first detect that and be able to stop those attacks in real time.
And what is your kind of stage as a startup right now? Are you pretty early stage, or where are you guys?
We're pretty late stage. We have about 130 customers worldwide, 150 employees. Some pretty big customers, including Fortune 100 companies.
Wow, that's awesome. And are you guys mainly based in Israel, or?
All of the research and development is in Israel, but we have sales teams and offices around the world, including Singapore, England, Germany, France, and a few in the US as well.
And what's your interaction like with, say, the Israeli ecosystem in general? I know you mentioned Microsoft for Startups is what you're part of, but what in terms of the rest of the ecosystem are you doing with?
So we have partnerships here in Israel with distribution and resellers. We have about 25 customers here in Israel as well. So we see Israel really as a hub for building our product and improving our product with the Israeli customers, and we have a lot of very happy and big Israeli customers that we're happy to work with.
Awesome. Listen, thank you so much for your time, and really good luck with everything.
Thank you very much.
All right. So as you can see, very interesting, something we haven't had yet today about authentication management. How do you go about verifying people? We talked about it a little bit even in our last panel with financial transactions from Mark Gazit from Theta Ray, but at the end of the day, we see that this is a growing trend in cybersecurity. How can I know who I'm dealing with? How can I authenticate these things and understand that? So we're going to now continue a little bit along our startup path, and we're going to go this way. Let's get someone a little different. Maybe we should go into the other line a little bit. Let's go to these guys. Hi, Cyrus. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Very good. I'm from Global for Cybertech Global. We're here doing a live studio, and we love to understand a little bit about more what's going on in the startup world here in Israel. So first and foremost, let's get a little introduction from both of you guys and tell us a little about what you guys are doing here at Cyrus.
Sure. I'm Dvir, and I'm VP of Product.
I'm Doron. I'm backend team lead.
And you want to?
I would love to know what you guys are doing at Cyrus. What's your whole solution and kind of how you guys are changing and redefining the cybersecurity ecosystem.
So we're kind of different from the other startups here.
That's what I like to hear.
Because we're a B2C and not a B2B company.
That is actually very unique here, because to be honest, you guys are now, I think, only the second company that I spoke to today that is truly B2C.
Yeah, so we know it, and we're very proud of it. We're aiming to protect individuals and their identity, basically. We kind of learn from experience that there is a big problem in the US of identity theft. In the last year, it became insanely crazy. Corona and COVID and all of that, it jumped skyrocketing. So we've designed an app that's supposed to protect your financial identity, your online identity, and the device itself. Straight from the app itself, you can download the app from the store, subscribe to our subscription, pay $10 a month, and connect your credit bank and all of your online identities and immediately get visibility, real-time alerting, and monitoring on the fly.
And it's live right now in the store, what you're saying?
Definitely.
Very interesting. Now, how do you guys kind of stack up to, obviously we did just say that you're a B2C, offering, a little different, but how do you guys stack up to say, other types of solutions out there, especially when it comes to monitoring all these different, digital identities that we all have? How do you guys kind of stack up? And maybe if you want to answer it yourself, you can go ahead as a back-end team leader here. So, okay, so we'll keep it with the VP R&D. But, kind of how are you guys stacking up? How are you guys really trying to kind of separate yourselves from the competition?
So it's not that hard because it's not that hard, but it's not that easy as well. Our competitors are legacy competitors. All of them are very, very old. Norton LifeLock, ID Shield are companies that exist for around 25 years. So they didn't really innovate in the last 20 years. But they're still huge. They have huge budgets for marketing, and B2C, it's all about marketing. So our technology is much different. We are doing stuff completely different. We're mobile first. Everything is very data driven, and the technology is completely different. The real time and the ability for us to react in real time is much more advanced than theirs. It's all a question of getting to the customers first, and it's all about marketing now.
For sure. Now, also, when you talk about real time, what do you mean when you say that? Like you're providing people real time threat analysis, or?
No, it's not threat analysis. The problem with identity theft eventually is that you're discovering it much, much, much later than needed. Because when somebody opens a credit card or takes some type of credit on your name, if you discover it in real time, it's much, much easier to protect against it, because immediately you can disable it, you can put it on hold, you can do stuff immediately. Once you're discovering after 6 months or 2 years, basically that's the time frame that people discover it, it's much more difficult to restore your identity, because then you need to start proof that it's not you. Where have you been there? And it's becoming insanely crazy. So it takes years sometimes to actually restore your identity. So for us to do it in real time and do it on the spot when it happens, you'll get a push notification to your phone immediately once it happened, and immediately you'll start the restoration process. So it's a huge difference.
Wow. And so you're telling me that basically if I download this app, pay $10 a month, this is what I get?
Yes.
That's incredible. That's like one of the best solutions out there. I can't even imagine it. I mean, having seen ID theft up close and personal, not myself, thank God, but someone else who was very close to me, very, very concerning. You know what I mean? It's a very concerning fact, and it's changing. How are you guys also adapting to it?
So the statistics shows that in 2019, before COVID, it was around 1/5 of the US population that went through either identity theft or attempt of identity theft. During COVID, it jumped to 48% to 55%. So every second American either experienced it or knows somebody that experienced it. So it's a very well-known problem, but everybody kind of know that there is no real solution. The solution nowadays is some type of insurance. They offer you insurance that if you will get compromised, you will get your money back. But what will prevent me from that to happen again? It doesn't. So it's not a real solution. It also helps you only before it actually happened, because they will not insure you if you got breached. So a lot of people cannot really get insured. So this is the solution for them. And this is why we believe that we're going to change the market in that area.
And do you guys do, and you mentioned something interesting here, you help me like the first time and the second time it could happen, or you prevent the second time?
Yeah. So our process is also somewhat different because, again, coming from the security industry, you know that so security, first of all, need to review stuff. You kind of need to understand and learn what do you need to protect before you actually protect it. So our process starts where you actually review your credit process. We learned that none of the Americans that we've talked to went over the credit report. None, no one. They're actually
guilty.
Yeah, everybody, you're not the only one. They're looking at the score and leaving it with that. So if the score didn't change significantly, they will never know. So from that experience, we know that it takes a little bit time for credit event to actually affect your score. So once you learn about it, it's already late. So our process starts with review now, review your credit, tell us if everything is correct. So now we've established some type of a baseline that we know and you know that everything is good. So from now on, everything new that's going to happen, we'll try to understand and figure out by AI if it's actually you or not. And if not, you'll tell us. So we know that from that point on, you'll be as secure as we can.
Very interesting. It's kind of like a proactive ID theft prevention software in a sense.
Some kind.
Yeah, something like that. That might have been my layman's way of putting it, but it's very interesting. Listen, guys, thank you so much for this spotlight. Very interesting. I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Let's go here. Hey guys, how are you doing? Can we interview you guys a little bit from Cybertech?
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. So my name's Jordan. It's really nice to meet you. I'm so far really liking your booth the most. I'm gonna just tell you, you guys have the most. Oh, right, exactly. And I want to just kind of talk to you guys first of all a little bit about what you guys are doing, but I'd love to get a little introduction. Who's who here and who I'm talking to. My name's Jordan again, Cybertech Live Studio. So.
Okay. I'm Shira, product manager of Cytel.
I'm the marketing director, Melissa.
I'm the community manager, Josh.
Nice to meet you guys. And why don't you tell us a little bit about what you guys here are doing at Cytel and how you guys are kind of changing the world of cybersecurity?
So we try to automate all the compliance processes for our customers because basically startups don't have time for compliance. They don't have time to spend on SOC 2 or ISO 2721. It's very hard, and for that reason we want to reduce the time they spend on those projects. So we automate things to do it better, to do it simple, and of course to do it fast. I think it's the main goal of what we're doing here.
Yeah, no, for sure. So basically, when you're talking about compliance, though, what does it mean? This larger idea. Everyone says regulations, compliance. It's a big buzzword, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Yeah, it's really big. It's really big. Actually, we are focused on information security frameworks, SOC 2 and ISO, and it's for different markets. If you can say mainly SOC 2 is mainly for US, and ISO mainly for Europe. So it's different markets, so different customers, but basically they all want to be certificated by ISO or by SOC. So we help them together. All of our companies are a cloud-based platform. So they have all the data on cloud providers, AWS, GCP, Azure, and etc. So we connect to their tools to automate things, to fetch data, to prepare it for the auditors, and just automated monitoring to know everything works properly all the time.
Very interesting. And so do you guys, you're talking a lot about cloud and kind of the cloud security and all that, and that kind of compliance, we can say. Do you guys deal with any other types of compliance in that sense? Are you guys focused also on more like, we could say on-prem type of compliance issues?
So for now, we'll focus on SOC 2 and ISO, and in the future, in the soon future, we go to different frameworks that focus on cloud provider, cloud security, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Now, also on the marketing side here, I'd love to understand, how are you guys reaching these startups in terms of, getting them to kind of agree to use you guys? Because at the end of the day, it's not the biggest, sexy thing in the world to say compliance, right? Compliance is a hard thing for people to want to get involved in.
Startups are all looking for SOC 2 right now. They all need to do it, and they know what a pain in the butt it can be. So when they hear about an option that can help them do it much, much, much faster and save them hundreds of hours, then they're all for it.
And is there kind of any obstacles that you've seen startups in terms of getting involved in, with Cytel to try to kind of bring it into their whole, organization?
Yeah, of course. It's today it's a manual process. It's really hard to automate everything, as to educate the market to work with automate processes. To do this move, it's really hard, but we can handle it. Yeah, we start to handle it, and it's work.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. What are you guys trying to gain here from Cybertech today?
So we want to know our future customers, to know more people, more startups. I think it's the main goal. Yeah.
Mingle basically and get around.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually our first event.
This is your first Cybertech?
Yeah. Our first Cybertech and our first event in general.
So wait, how early stage are you guys?
We're only 1 year old. Yeah, we're babies. So definitely to kind of get our name out there and our brand out there. It's one of our major goals.
Awesome. And from the community manager, do you want to add anything about your side of things? So it's whatever Melissa says goes. Sounds good. Guys, listen, good luck. Thank you so much for talking with us today. Have a good one.
Fortune 500.
All right, so I think we're only going to get probably one more startup here to really talk with. Let us go to one more. Let's go to them. Hi, how are you guys? Very good. My name's Jordan. I'm here from the live studio with Cybertech. So I'd love to talk with you guys and understand a little bit about what Accents is doing. Who are we talking with?
Who is presenting? I am.
Whoever wants to present, how about all three of you if you guys want? I want to be the presenter. Okay. You want to be the presenter?
Yeah, of course. Why not? Okay, nice to meet you guys. First of all, this is Accents. It's a spin-off for Okta. Okta, it's IDP. You know what is Okta? You heard about it?
I'd love to talk about it.
Okay, Okta, it's like you manage your organization with a password, SSO, MFA. So Accents is coming to the part when suddenly like cyber attack happen or human error destroy all your configuration. Wow. What you're going to do with your environment? Like
tell me,
tenant. You don't know. It's taken 4 days to reactivate. So with Accents, you're doing like a backup, and as soon as something happens, you can back in time, like for the 1 minute before the cyber attack happened, and bring back all the tenants with all the configuration and make a workflow for your organization without stuck all your employees, without doing nothing till the IDP will get you in.
So basically you're telling me like what happened to, let's say, NVIDIA a few days ago where they were like totally shut down basically.
Exactly.
So what would you guys do?
Every day we're doing a backup, and as soon as something happened, we're looking when it's happened and know to back in time, exactly in 1 minute before it's happened, and bring you the tenant back without the cyber attack.
And what are you trying to gain from Cybertech? What are you trying to gain from being here today?
First of all, a lot of companies using IDP. If you hear about Russia and Ukraine, what's going on right now, like the most cyber attacks that happen, it's on the IDP. Like they take in your username, the password, and they get into your system, and then the cyber attack is starting. With this one, if it's happened, you know when you block and you can't get in, it takes you back in time to 1 second before the attack can get in, and bring you all the tenant like free. Like without any violence inside.
That's amazing. That's amazing, guys. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Good luck, guys. So as we keep seeing here, there's really this kind of move overall in the cybertech sphere of kind of trying to understand how to prevent the loss of data, especially after an attack, how to prevent ID theft, and how to prevent basically a wide range of attacks. Also, as we've noticed before too, this whole idea of ID verification, kind of like with the ID theft, and also just generally verifying different authorities. It's a major kind of move in that way, and a major kind of understanding and trend. I think right now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the live studio a little bit, so follow me.
All witnessed the inevitable growth in cyber threats at all levels.
The largest cyber conference out of United
You
States.
call it Internet of Things. I call it the Internet of Threats.
No matter how high the walls, they're still going to get in.
Larry, can you lean in?
No, you're good.
We're live. We're live.
Why don't just take it? We're live?
Yep.
Okay.
That's great. We're live.
That was probably the best entrance to this.
Yeah, I know.
Let me tell you, just we're live, now we're here. Instead of having to do the whole introduction and everything like that, you just jump right into it. So, Yoel, I want you to tell us a little bit about yourself, introduce who you are, and what you're doing here at Cybertech.
Awesome. My name is Yoel Israel, the founder of Wadi Digital and Cybertech. We are the leading company in the world to help cybersecurity companies with influencer marketing, full ads that include help sales team close business, which is the biggest challenge in advertising, is getting leads to become opportunities that close, and search engine optimization. We're a team of 20. We're in Israel full-time, and we're mostly made of people that immigrated to Israel. We bring a very innovative, unique approach to marketing for cybersecurity, and we also bring a very strong sense of customer service and strategy, which is necessary for the long marketing process and sales cycles that cybersecurity companies need.
That's awesome. And one of the things specifically is your whole idea of cybersecurity, because I think that is something that is not really brought up in general when it comes to first of all, marketing in general. A lot of people aren't still aware of the whole idea of influencers, number one, but two, especially in the cyberspace, which is considered, in certain ways, maybe a little drier, not as sexy, and it's not as consumer friendly at that sense. So I'd love for you to kind of go into that. What made you want to start a cyber influencer venture?
Well, 3 of our clients, cybersecurity clients, within 6 months asked them to help with influencer marketing. And I tried to find other solutions or maybe another agency or someone that can help us, and I found that it didn't exist.
Okay.
And then I started to look into what people are doing for influencer marketing.
Okay.
And it's totally broken. So right now, if the B2B company is doing influencer marketing, this is what
in the cyberspace or just in general?
In general. If you
Okay.
have longer sales cycles, in general, and
Okay.
cybersecurity in particular.
Okay.
They'll bring in an influencer, 6, 9, 12 months engagement. Okay, what they're going to end up doing is, and they're a big name, they have a big following, particularly within your niche.
Sure.
And then what they're going to end up doing, they're going to start, let's say they're going to go to trade shows.
Okay.
Like Cybertech.
Okay.
And they might write a white paper once a quarter, they might write 2 blogs a month, they might do a webinar once a month, etc.
Right.
But they're not really an influencer to those that are following them. They have it backwards. Here's why. There are 2 big mistakes. The first is that they're hitting up the same audience again and again and again and again. So you've lost diminishing returns.
So you're just preaching to the choir, basically. And
It's
you're not
preaching to the same people that know who you
Right.
are. The whole point of influencer marketing is that they've influenced and reached that you couldn't get otherwise.
Got you.
The second is, because they know that you're working on a long-term engagement with them, it's evident that they're not actually an influencer that's promoting your content, but that they are paid and there's a partnership between the cybersecurity company and the influencer. So you're getting no value out of it. You're getting a little value in the beginning, and then it drops off.
And you're also losing transparency, I guess, and kind of trust, because at the end of the day,
But I don't
people
think
know-
you're lying. I think it's pretty evident. I don't think it's
Okay.
a trust issue. You're right. And when it comes to trust and transparency, cybersecurity professionals are probably take it the most seriously, which is why it's my favorite industry.
Right.
So we solved it. We solved it with 2 things.
Okay.
One, we built out a platform called Cyfluencer. Okay, like get it? Cybersecurity influencer.
This guy.
And I know like, a second from now, and I've been like, oh, now I get it.
Right.
Okay, so Cyfluencer.com, you can go check it out. What we
Okay.
do is we have 2 solutions that solve this. The first is we have a platform. You take your content, non-gated, demand generation, top funnel, thought leadership, value provided content that you do.
Okay.
All right? You share it on our platform.
Okay.
All right, and we're selective. It has to be very good content because our influencers are the top influencers. They're CISOs mostly in North America. They're the ones that are actually sharing the content.
What does that mean when you say high quality content? What are you looking for when you
Thought
find
leadership, not central about you, nothing
Okay.
gated. It shouldn't be pushing you. If
Okay.
you're pushing yourself,
Okay.
you're not adding value. You
Got
can maybe
you.
work it in a little bit towards the end.
Okay.
But if the centerpiece of your content is you, then cybersecurity professionals and influencers are going to want to share it. They're going to feel like a shill. And they're
Got
not
you.
going to do it. And they take transparency very seriously.
Interesting.
And they don't want to think that they're pushing things onto their followers accordingly.
Okay.
So what we do is our influencers go. They log into the platform.
Okay.
They grab a link of all kinds of different content from cybersecurity professionals that companies that are matched within their niche in cyber.
Okay.
And their geography and other things that cybersecurity companies are looking for.
Sure.
They take the content and then they share it on their socials where they have tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of followers.
Okay.
And then so now what you have is not just one influencer, you have many different influencers at different times sharing your content at scale, and it comes off organically.
I love it.
We didn't reach out to them. They chose your content from hundreds of things in the content library from dozens of companies.
But how do you get these guys onto the platform in the first place, these cyber influencers?
3 years of networking.
Truly?
Yeah.
But do you have like a verification way or some way to
Oh,
say?
we verify. Yeah, we look at engagement rates, followers, what they're posting about. It's not
Okay.
hard. You can just look at what they previously posted.
Yeah, no, for
Would
sure.
this be a natural fit? What's their engagement like, etc.? Do conversations and comments happen? Do they reply to comments? Whatever. There's a whole bunch of things.
Sure.
And
A whole lot
things
of
that we
different
take in.
parts, sure, I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that.
It's a subjective feeling. We know what we're doing.
Okay.
So they go and they share the content. Now it comes off totally organic.
Okay.
And now, of course, you can put cookies on every market. They come to your page, you remarket, you make a whole funnel, you add them to your funnel.
Right.
But the real value is the hundreds of thousands of views that are coming organically from different cybersecurity influencers that are sharing and recommending your content.
Wow.
Because on sharing your content, in order to be on our platform, they must add at least 50 characters of why they're sharing it or why they should read that.
So they can't just basically upload the link.
You
They
can't just
upload.
correct.
Right,
There's even an API to make it easy,
Right.
but they must write 50 characters of their own. This is what our clients wanted. So we listen. So we keep adapting and improving, which is also why we're very picky about the content, because our cybersecurity influencers, which we care about the most,
Sure.
we're influencer-centered platform, we need to make sure that the content they go in, they want to share.
Okay.
And that their their followers want to read, and they're an added value. We even have influencers that are doing it for free because they like the fact that we curate such good content for them to share to their audience.
Wow. So
Yeah.
it's that good for them. It's basically a win-win on each side. It's like they get good content on their end,
Yeah.
and then the cybersecurity company basically gets their message out there to the world.
Correct.
Now,
if you have good value-added content, they'll want to share it. So they'll want to share it. They share that content anyway, and not being paid for it. But now we're curating it for them, and we're helping you do that. And now we're just scaling because you're getting many influencers to do it. It's amazing.
So how do you guys also at Wadi Digital kind of come in and intersect with Cyfluence?
So it's very straightforward. We need to work on, a lot of people are able to, we need to be able to get demand generation, especially startups.
Okay.
The people don't know what they're doing. People don't know what they have. People don't know your product. You're a disruptor.
Right.
The best way to get the message out is by a trusted person, which is an influencer.
Interesting.
So our ads and our SEO clients, and that we help them bring in leads that become opportunities,
Sure.
we're able to get them, in addition, during that part of that funnel, I don't even want to call it a funnel, really.
No, I understand what
because
you're
people
saying.
are going up and down. While
Right.
they're there, they're seeing, oh, wow, look at this person recommended, just shared their blog, and I just downloaded their content, or whatever. So it's really going to help them throughout the whole funnel. Or the first time they actually get to hear to you, they're like, oh, why are they recommended? Someone I follow, and I click their stuff anyway.
Right.
They click through, and now they're remarketed, and they're brought into your funnel. And we make a unique funnel, as that's part that we work on parts like in the remarketing to get them down and in the whole nurturing and the ads.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that we solve.
Okay.
The other thing is that we solved is I talked about diminishing returns.
Sure.
So we're able to bring cybersecurity professionals, influencers,
Right.
onto co-host, let's say, an on-demand webinar.
Okay.
A webinar. We'll record and put on demand. A webinar, fireside chat, even debates we've done, right?
Okay.
We bring on two different people and we debate.
And you let them go at it about
well,
some
right,
topic
right.
basically?
Our clients want us to do it.
Okay.
They want it because they know more fire, two different things. Like, oh, we know these two people disagree publicly with this cybersecurity. This is amazing.
Yeah,
Who doesn't
we
wanna
get all
watch
the-
it?
yeah, we get all the
it's
looks.
it's far better than someone people
course.
speaking drying and you know what I mean, whatever. So
Yeah.
what we do is so they come on and they have first. So they like working with us. The cybersecurity companies. Why? We'll pay them up front.
Okay.
So the model is basically there's
You'll
a
pay
base-
the influencer. up
Yes.
front. Okay.
So the model is there's a flat rate plus how many qualified leads that they're able to bring on. So they have to, in quarter, we work this out on processes and refining, doing over and over again.
Okay.
Is that they'll share it a couple times in advance.
Okay.
And then they'll do a drying before the event. They'll do
Okay.
a drying technical run.
Okay.
So they make sure everything's cool and you ran through the
They get
the
everything that they're
webinar,
gonna
right?
get, okay.
And then after and when they do it, they'll record it.
Okay.
We'll record it for the clients, or
Right.
they'll usually record it, and then they'll share it after.
Okay.
And then they get compensated on how many leads also come in. Now here's the amazing
Sounds
thing.
like a great system.
Yeah, it gets
I mean, really.
it gets even better. Get
Okay.
this. So most content that people put out, right, it becomes less and less relevant over time because technology changes or whatever changes, right? Things. But this is the only content in the world that it actually appreciates with value. Let me explain. When you bring on an
The
influence,
content itself.
the on-demand webinar, when you record
Okay.
it actually, unlike other webinars that decrease in value, becomes less relevant that you're hosting internally. This becomes more valuable. Because of this.
Wow.
You record it and now you're using it for gated content or otherwise, you get to use that influencer's name and face in your marketing. It's more valuable because more people know that name and they say, oh, I see him or her there, I saw that, I saw them did some other thing, I saw them speak at Cybertech, etc. So we're actually creating more value over time. The tail doesn't go down, it actually goes up.
Now, I want to also, we have only one more question left. I'm sorry for the shortness of the interview, but I want to talk one specific last thing, which is your impact in the Israeli ecosystem. You know, first of all, you're bringing immigrants in to your company. You're really focused on the Israeli clientele, the Israeli cybersecurity ecosystem. Why do you have such a focus on Israel? Why is this your main goal? Why not go elsewhere? Especially being that you're not from here originally, and also because you have a kind of international view of the world.
Right, well, we have clients all over across the world. We have cybersecurity clients across the world that have no connection to Israel whatsoever. The majority of our clients are cybersecurity companies in Israel.
Okay.
Mostly because we network here. I want to help Israeli companies. Right? I'm a Zionist. And so I want to help them. And I bring the American customer service and expectations and the long-term patience and strategy. Two things Israelis
can really work on. Customer service and patience. And when you have long sales cycles and when your marketing takes time, you need to have the proper strategy for the long-term thinking and the patience, and you need to have the customer service to support and hold the hand along the way. So it's a passion project, and something I really, really care about is being able to provide that service to people and actually have who needs it the most? Israelis, particularly in high tech, in cybersecurity, because they're often the founders, often like, CTOs, engineers, they don't understand marketing, they don't understand the strategy, don't understand the long term. They want to know, if I add to, another $10,000 a month to my ads, and what is my ROI going to be? But you don't exactly know, because it's far more dynamic, you have different competitions, it's a bit, so it's far more complicated, so we're able to help them do that. So I love being able to help these cybersecurity companies, I love being able to help the Israelis. I think I'm able to provide greater value to them, and I know how to properly map out, let's say, American enterprises, because I've worked at Xerox and Morgan Stanley back in Philly, so I understand how to be able to properly target them and speak to them, and how to reach all the people in the organization, even so I know who's sitting where in the office and who's sitting in the conference room when they're meeting, who are the other influencers that you think that aren't relevant. So we bring that all into their whole advertising and their influencer marketing and the keywords that they're searching for in SEO. We bring that all together and we bring them an amazing product that ends up from the very beginning, from the influencer marketing demand gen, all the way through the funnel to downloading other content and requesting a demo, and most importantly, showing up to the demo.
Okay.
Those people that do ads, they can't get them people to sit in a seat to show up to the demo. And we support them in closing it by serving ads when those are speaking to sales. We're actually running ads in parallel to show them different, the objections that they might get from salesperson. Because if you ask a salesperson something, they address the objections.
Right.
Let's say price, integration, competition, they'll ask these things, but they're going to take it with a grain of salt because it's speaking to a salesperson.
Right.
But if we're already showing ads to them, once they become an opportunity, they're about to speak to sales with these objections, so they're seeing it already done from your organization, from your cybersecurity company in particular, then it's really easy for your salespeople to close.
And you can basically just close the deal and it's
quick. Much easier.
Yeah, of course.
Not quick, these are long sales.
No, of course.
But all the objections that you can think of that you've ever got, you write them out, you write 550 word blogs on each, and then as soon as that they become an SQL or an opportunity, then they start seeing these ads in rotation. And once they're close won or close lost, let's say, it integrates with our advertising with an API, and then they stop seeing the ads. So you don't even have to optimize. As they start to speak to sales within 15 minutes, the API syncs, they start seeing it. So we're supporting them all the way the whole funnel through, both in strategy, customer service and hand-holding, and also with our influencer marketing, demand generation, advertising, SEO, and the whole funnel through. We're there for them, and we're there for them to really help them grow their business. And we're the only people that's actually doing this, and we're really passionate about cybersecurity.
Oh, I can tell. I can tell, and I think it comes through the camera. And listen, I really just want to say thank you so much for coming and coming to this live studio. I think you also gave a unique perspective because we haven't had much about marketing in cyberspace today. It seems much more focused on the tech side, who we've been talking to, and I love that you brought this whole marketing approach to it. I wish you the best with everything as you go forward, and really thank you for coming on.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, y'all.